You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, yeah.
Thank you, Mike.
Right, so you've managed to confuse a lot of people within that argument. Weird times, buddy. Because like you weren't trying to say that all horizontals are not parallel because you can draw a cross on a piece of paper.
I was temporarily agreeing.
That wasn't the argument.
For fuck's sake.
Because some people have took it as though that is.
I'm sorry. A separate discussion. Happy to talk about that one day. What I originally suggested, and Mike knows this, Mike Jones. Yeah. We agreed we'd sort of discuss the postulate first. And you call it the triangle at the time.
I do, yeah.
I discussed the swimming pool. Thank you, Mike. Question.
Weird times, buddy.
You don't understand.
Be quiet. Swimming pool. Thank you, Mike. Question.
You don't understand.
For fuck's sake. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mike.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Thank you, Mike.
You're just on your own.
Well, that I hold to be a self-evident. You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, yeah. Because it's got just about a triangle, yeah.
The question is, why did include that axiom? You call it the triangle axiom. That postulate.
I do, yeah.
Why did you include that at all? You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, because it sort of shows that triangles have 180 degrees, right? Or the sum of two right angles.
You know? So
Later
you're
to
saying,
change to 180.
how does it show? Well, yeah, it does. I mean, you can prove that, but why did he include that? You call it the triangle axiom. If you can...
Oh, you can prove it?
Be quiet. If you can prove that triangles have... You call it the triangle. The sum of the angles is two right angles. Why would you need... For fuck's sake. Sorry, that's my question. You call it the triangle axiom.
You don't understand.
You call it the triangle axiom.
You don't understand.
I was temporarily agreeing. Be quiet.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
You know?
You're just on your own.
For fuck's sake. I'm sorry. Horizontal lines can easily not be. Just as I suggested, you just sort of get a horizontal line. That I hold to be a self-evident truth. You put two crossing lines on them, and by definition, any two lines, straight lines on a horizontal plane, are themselves horizontal. You mind? Though, that's the problem. You can't. Well, it's not really a problem. Yeah,
It's not a problem because there's only three straight lines. How fucking difficult can it be?
The point again is that you cannot prove it. A lot of people, you call it the triangle axiom. Millennia thought you could prove the fifth postulate. You call it the triangle axiom. The question is, do we need the enclosure axiom? Yeah, but not on the globe hypothesis. I received opinions we don't need it because postulate 1 will do the job for you. And look, Bev, I simply wanted to ask you why you think the postulate's there, and you have explained that. And you have explained that. Not on the globe hypothesis. That I hold to be a self-evident truth. I'm sorry.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Be quiet.
You're just on your own.
I'll be perfectly honest. I'm sure there are better people back at the other place, the blue place, who can prove this. And we're happy to talk to you.
No logic, no system, no worries.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
You know.
No reason, no logic, no answers to questions.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
You know. That I hold to be a self-evident.
It's a self-evident truth of reality that all triangles, in reality, have 180 or the sum of two right angles.
Be quiet. Not on the globe. Well, it's an assumption. For fuck's sake.
It's not an assumption, is it?
Sorry. For Euclid, it was an assumption because he knew he couldn't prove it. There was a huge debate which went on for centuries. You call it the triangle axiom.
What, that you couldn't prove that triangles have 180
They tried.
degrees?
They thought there was a question: is the fifth postulate? You call it the triangle axiom. Triangle axiom. Is it self-evident or not? A huge debate.
Weird times, buddy.
You know.
Weird times, buddy. You've brought an argument into a group of people that aren't ready for it.
Be quiet. You cannot. Euclidean geometry. You call it the triangle axiom. It does not follow. It doesn't work. But not on the globe. I don't need it as an assumption because we can prove it. You can prove it from the first postulate. For fuck's sake. Horizontal lines can easily not be. You can just, as I suggested, you just sort of get a horizontal plane. Right? Thank you, Mike. You put two crossing lines on them, and by definition, any two lines, straight lines on a horizontal plane, are themselves horizontal. For fuck's sake, I'm sorry.
You don't understand.
That I hold to be a self-evident truth. For fuck's
You
sake.
don't understand.
If you could prove it, it wouldn't be a postulate,
It's
would it?
not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, yeah, because he's got just about a triangle,
So,
yeah.
the question is, why did Euclid include that axiom? You call it the triangle. That's postulate or axiom. Why did you include that at all? If you like.
Because it sort of shows that triangles have 180 degrees, right? Or the sum of two right angles.
But not on the globe. So
80
you're
to
saying,
change to
for fuck's sake, how does it show?
sorry,
How does it show? Well, yeah, it does. I mean, you can prove that, but why did he include that? Be quiet. If you can.
Oh, you can prove it.
You call it the triangle axiom. If you can prove that triangles have the sum of the angles is two right angles, why would you need postulate? That's my question. I will not verbally disagree with it. What goes on in my own head is my own business. I do not believe that. Be quiet.
You don't understand.
You call it the triangle axiom. For fuck's sake, I'm sorry.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
Yourself, not something to be quiet.
You have a horizontal plane, and any straight line drawn on it must itself be horizontal. That I hold to be a self-evident truth. Yeah, not on the globe hypothesis. I was temporarily agreeing.
Right, so you've managed to confuse a lot of people within that argument.
I was temporarily agreeing.
Because like you weren't trying to say that all horizontals are not parallel because you can draw
not on the
a cross
globe.
on a piece of paper, are you?
If you may.
That wasn't the argument.
Not on the globe.
Because some people have took it as though that is.
For fuck's sake. Separate discussion. Happy to talk about that one day.
Yourself, not something to be quiet.
Point again is that you cannot prove it. A lot of people, you call it the triangle axiom. Centuries, millennia, thought you could prove the fifth postulate. You call it the triangle axiom from the preceding thought. Be quiet. I was temporarily agreeing. Not on the globe. You call it the triangle axiom. Not on the globe.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Be quiet.
You're just on your own.
That I hold to be a self-evident truth. For fuck's sake, I'm sorry.
No reason, no logic, no
Be quiet.
wisdom, no worries.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
Not on the globe, you know.
No reason, no logic, no
quiet.
answers to a question.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
Betty, do you believe the water surface is a horizontal plane of reference?
It's a horizontal plane, possibly, but not on the globe. Let's assume
Thank you.
the surface of either swimming pool is a horizontal establishes a horizontal plane of reference, right? Let's assume
Thank you.
the surface of either swimming pool establishes a horizontal plane of reference, right? It's not a problem. Yeah,
It's not a problem because there's only 3 straight lines. How fucking difficult can it be? And we are live. Welcome everyone. It is Free for All Friday. So, you know where to come. Post your questions in the chat. Click the link. Come on into the Discord. Come and have your say. We've been going over the thing from last night, really. So, debunking metabunk. We've found as well that I think there's everybody that has a problem with this. It's not just anybody that you know. It's literally it's everyone. Nobody knows how the globe. Who's that? You know, is that you, Rob?
Yeah.
Good day.
Shite, Mike.
Yeah. Oh yes. Yeah, we've been out today, but I mean, I have been asking a few people about this Well, first off, I'm liking being a debunker. I think it fits. It sort of feels right, you know. Jacket and the shoes fit, and it's comfy as well. So that's what we're going to be doing. And we, like we said, we started off last night with the Metabunk curve calculator. We've not yet had anybody to come back to us. I've informed Mick West. I'll sort the video out, cut the video and put it out there. Mike's lower than usual, is it? I don't know. Let me have a look, see if the filters are going. How's that? Is that any better? A little bit better? I think so. It might be a little bit better. Hopefully it is anyway. I don't want to be blasting everybody out. It's because I've got a good mic. I like to give everybody else a chance. Let us know if that's a bit better, Gadget. I don't want you turning the volume down and then getting blasted out when we put one of Buster's songs on. Sweet. Thank you very much. Yeah. I think the debunking is what we were made for, really. And especially because we've gone through the philosophy and the logic and the trivium. I think we're well equipped. I don't think there's anybody any better equipped than us. It's like we've been training for it over the last 4 years. Ready to get going. We've got some brilliant arguments as well. And like B-Ball said, we've been keeping away from these chats and these rooms that B-Ball calls Flat Earth Discord, because I mean I don't think, for one, we just don't belong in those places. I just tried a little bit before to have a listen to what's going on, and it's like a madhouse coming from this server. Everybody, why is everybody not just jumping in and shouting shit?
You want me to jump in and shout some shit? I can do that. That's
Yeah, but
I
I
got
mean,
shit my
it still
I got
works.
shit myself. But yeah, no, I try to go into some of those other discords too. It's fucking mayhem.
Yeah, have you ever heard anything sort of semi-decent without the conversation going off in a tangent? Like the topic changes just change every 2 or 3 minutes at least. Can't get focused on anything. And that's not one of the debunker things. We stay on topic. Stay on point. Keep on the argument. Don't let them distract. But not many people listen to Mick West and his rules of debunking. They've gone like they've took what Mick West did and then they've done like a bacon job on it, where they just sort of remove certain parts of it and go with the inductive version of debunking. And if you don't know what that bacon is, it's in the mid 1600s, a guy called Sir Francis Bacon decided to just take out deductive logic from science. And you can see the ramifications of that. Just walk into any Discord server. 5 minutes is normally enough. Yeah, anytime. We have been talking to people about this Metabunk curve calculator. I've always kept away from sort of fantasy maths myself.
Well, those maths exclude your visual perspective.
Yeah, well, we know that because McToon said that. McToon told Professor Dave, the guy that's not actually a professor, the YouTube character, he told him off because the 8 inches per mile squared doesn't take any of that visual in. And that's a good thing for us because that's like the bit that you actually measure. And then that means that, well, you know, like if you can actually measure something, then that's empirical, mathematical. And if you can apply that mathematical, empirical measurement to a logical argument to be put forward, then that's how you gain proofs. Everybody's heard of the Pythagorean theorem. You know how we measure elevations in reality. These are methods that have been trusted. They know this because there is a deductive proof behind the mathematics. So the fact that there is a mathematical formula necessarily means that it's relatable to something. It should be, really, anyway. It should be. Mathematical statements should be relatable to reality. If they're not, then there's not much use of the statement, really.
But still, I would say that error in that calculation is that these calculations are about orthographic view, so not perspective, but it describes what we allegedly see by means of perspective. So it is converting orthographic calculation into perspective. And that's why I have general objection against these calculations.
Isn't that the green lines, though? You know, like I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the eye level, surface level, and the drop solely. None of the where the horizon is, or the hidden, or the visible. We're just purely trying to go around the rumpus pole and these physical measurements.
And this calculation, this surface level and eye level or whatever horizontal is just absent. It is non-existent.
That's the distance, though. The surface level is the distance in miles within the calculations. And the height of the height of the camera is the height that you're at.
Yes, but you are looking down. You are looking down. There is nothing about horizontal.
You're not
and
looking
surface
down
level.
below the surface level. Really, are you? I mean, like, you don't be fooled by the pictures that you see.
No, I am saying that according to that model, you are looking down. You are looking at horizon, which is your physical obstacle, and you are not taking in account any horizontal or whatever.
There you go. That's what like the flat Earth says. That's the perfect mass. That's the H. equals r brackets 1 minus cos a, close brackets. The h is just the height. So that's the viewer height, isn't it? Obviously, everybody knows what r is. And the 1 minus cos a, the cos a's got to be an angle. And that angle would be the eye level, right? Angle downwards to somewhere. I mean, I know that gives you your height, which you already knew. But hey, that's perfect maths. That's how perfect maths works.
But your height is not in first place. You are not looking, let's say, in horizontal plane. So your line of sight is not horizontal. This is first notion.
Well, he did.
And
Al-Biruni measured it with an astrolabe, didn't he? When he went up the hill to do that maths, the h equals r bracket 1 minus cos a, close bracket. Perfect maths. He went up the mountain to measure an angle with his astrolabe. So Fight the Flat Earth can know how high he was. Or how high he is whenever he measures an angle. Isn't that? Am I getting that mixed up?
But Robotham didn't assume any horizontal here.
Not the surface level. He did assume a right angle triangle.
Yes, but his line of sight is not about this horizontal. So I don't know why he used this triangle, but still he is measuring or observing line of sight and.
8 inches per mile squared isn't a line of sight, and that's Robotham's numbers, isn't it? McToon said it's not sight. That's just physical drop. The 8 inches per mile squared. Pythagorean. Isn't it? Or is that just my misunderstanding? I've got a clip of McToon saying, and he's definitely the authority, right? If anybody knows what the actual mathematics for the drop numbers of the dogmatic globe model, would definitely be McToon. And the 8 inches per mile squared is Robotham's numbers, isn't it? I'm pretty sure I've seen a. Let me see if I can find that.
Yes, Robotham, yes. And he's measuring curve and this tangent line of sight. So in Robotham calculation, your line of sight is tangent to the horizon, tangent line.
Tangent to the horizon.
To curved horizon, to this point, geometrical horizon. And from that horizon, he's measuring drop.
And that's where he gets his 8 inches per mile squared.
Yes, so we have hump, and from that hump, it is drop. Behind horizon. This is point where this object is behind geometrical horizon. So, and this drop is from there, not from observer.
I thought I had that. Right, so I'm not so sure that works.
I am not sure, but
You would have to
also,
put it at 0, wouldn't you? Because let me get you some numbers here. These ones here. These numbers here. These are the Waruhif numbers, but they were checked by Starkodder. And you see, we've got 100 meters. Well, you can't do that observation of the hump and your calculations from an observation of a hump, can you? 0.78480 of a 0.78480.
no, this is assumed. This is assumed.
The calculation, but that calculation is the along the surface level would be 100 meters, right? And that drop would be 0.7848, wouldn't it?
I would say that it doesn't match. Both models doesn't fit each other. So if you are, you cannot assume a straight line on curved level. So this distance is from observer in straight line has nothing to do with this quadratic function, I would say.
Well, it gets bigger, like, doesn't it? And then if you work back like a quarter at the half distance, that works out as the function. So they must be using the quadratic function, because I mean that works out for all of them, doesn't it? If you take a half distance and quarter the number that you have, you'll get the hump value. The numbers check out. I mean, Starkodder said his numbers check out. He's one of the top globe guys. Oh, it's on the other one, isn't it? And have you ever heard of the elevation of a horizontal rising?
Only with this LIGO. So with this level but beside this, not. I don't. That someone says that horizontal is curving upward.
Yeah, there's an elevation change of a horizontal, whilst the horizontal has no slope. So it's a no slope change of elevation, apparently. Sounds crazy, but I mean, I'm not too sure if anybody's around to do this. Oh, look at that paper. Have you been looking up somebody else's old arguments? Looking from the side. You know, you should know that elevation profiles are somebody else's. You can't just be randomly using somebody else's side elevation profiles.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
But still, if we are talking about robot arm calculation, there is misfit between this triangle and curvature calculation, because we have different distances, or not distances, length of this arc or curvature is from observer to the object.
Distance 2. Do you want me to let me?
Wait a second. Can you put that in live chat to
Yeah, I'll
to have view of that?
let's take this from directly from the MetaBug thing there. Can you see that? Good.
Yes. So from point to point. So I would say that you cannot take that point to point as curvature.
Well,
Because
yeah,
of
but
the
where's the distance? Whenever you put that distance in, where do you suppose that distance fits in? I mean, just take it as a random person, right? If somebody said, you know what you want to use? You want to use the Earth curve calculator. And somebody goes, well, what do I need to use that for? It says it tells you how much drop there is over distance. You go, whoa, drop of what? You go, drop of the water from the horizontal. Okay, then. I'll put me distance in. Me distance from where? Where to where? Where do I get me distance from? If I'm, like if I'm looking and I want to know the distance from here to there, to put it into my Earth curve calculator thing, because I know how tall I am.
Yes. So what we see is this eye or slash camera. This is our eye, and this green line going to horizon, and then is passing the horizon, and this is this dot, let's say, where visible starts. So this is our line of sight. So and
The
this
green one, from the
yes,
camera.
green one, and then dotted one from horizon. This is our
Below
line
surface.
of sight, and it is parallel to this chord line. let's say.
Only when the horizon's above the sagitta. If you move that horizon by moving one of the little interactive things, it's not parallel to the chord anymore.
Yes. So in fact, I would say that this line of sight cannot match this curvature. So in fact, we don't know what Robotan hold distance between objects, because that would mean a straight line, and that would be this line of sight.
What, on
But-
the line of sight looking down? No, you don't
Yes.
think that would be a horizontal distance?
Yes, you are, yes, looking to horizon. So we are dipping down. Yes. Because it is not about horizontal line. We are, as you said many times, that crosshairs, when auto level is set to horizontal, these crosshairs are above horizon. So we are looking at horizon, not at middle crosshair, but we are looking down.
How do you know where that is, right? Because if you're talking about your line of sight, How do you measure a line of sight in order to know the distance in the first place?
It is assumption in robotic calculations.
What, the distance?
Yeah, to horizon. Yes. This is just the geometrical calculation.
But that's Robotham, right? We're not talking
Yeah.
about Robotham at the minute. We're talking about the Mick West and the Earth curve calculator.
Yes,
I mean,
but
he
this
can't just assume the distance because you actually put the distance in. Don't you?
yes,
You're the one that puts the distance in. Now, you can't, surely you're not meant to assume what distance you were using.
I would say that Mick West is just utilizing this robotic calculation. So model dictates if the Earth is a sphere, a circle in that picture, so your horizon will be a physical obstruction. And this physical obstruction, this bulge, is in some point, and it is marked as horizon here, X, with this X.
But you're still looking down below the surface level.
Yes, yes. So these dotted lines, I don't know why they are here. I don't know for what purpose they are here, because it doesn't fit this dogmatic globe model at all.
Yeah, it seems like it's there to confuse people, right? To
Absolutely.
I would say, I know, I mean, this sounds bad, but just starting to become a debunker. But it seems like those eye level and surface level have been put there to add bunk. I mean, I don't know, what's that? What's the opposite of debunking? Bunking. It's strategically placed bunk, meant to either appeal to people who have a grasp of reality, or perhaps to confuse and put a contradiction into the mind of the dogmatic globe believer. Because that's causing a few problems for anyone I've last, you know.
I think personally that this eye level and surface level is added here only to please people, because people know what level is, what surface is, even what eye level is, wrong or right, whatever, but it has some link to reality. So he put that here just to make appearance that this picture has something to do with reality.
I see.
But in fact, it doesn't.
Mick West's unaware of the fact that there are people out there that say that level is a straight line on a horizontal, like just much like that. Then what if one of these people came to read that from Mick West and then were to say, come onto a Discord channel and say, well, level's a straight line, isn't it? Equal to a horizontal.
Yes, Mick West said that. So.
Yeah, but Blue Marbles had a right go at some people for saying that, right? He's basically, Blue Marbles got a fair few videos on his channel saying that that's a ridiculous thing to say. Saying it isn't. I don't know whether he's aware that Mick West, he's like actually going against Mick West for that sort of stuff. I don't know. How, somebody check how many things Blue Marbles got saying that level isn't horizontal. I'm pretty sure he's got a few videos. Our friends are getting kicked off Twitter again. They're risky, aren't they? Rebels. I've never been banned yet. Yeah, I don't know whether Blue Marble Science is aware yet. I think I'm trying to make Mick West aware of I don't know. Who do you reckon's made the mistake? Blue Marble or Mick West? I mean, it's been Mick West's curve calculator. It's probably been there for quite a while.
I would say that Mick West, of course, is right when he said that level is straight line, it's not curving, because this is what he said. But somehow he is trying to make agreement with straight level and this calculator, because in this calculator, the surface level and eye level and even horizontal is completely redundant. So he shouldn't. These two lines are telling nothing within calculation, because he is calculating this line of sight and this curve and this drop according to curve calculator. So he is using quadratic function, which is delivered by Robotam. And he then can calculate obstruction of the object, how much feet is missing, etc. Because this is
because it's the sagittar, right? That triangle is the surface level, the drop, and then the chord. That's the row bottom triangle calculation.
Yes, he's calculating drop, vertical drop, according to this curve.
Vertical drop from the surface level and the chord.
Yes, but this surface level should start not from observer, but from that point of horizon. This is point where the surface level should start, because in fact he's calculating drop from horizon, not to horizon, from horizon.
Well, that triangle, the right angle triangle, isn't really there. You saying they use the sagittar then? The chord and the sagittar, well, the half chord, the sagittar and the hypotenuse, which would obviously make another chord. You'd be using a half chord for the original, the sagittar, and then the new chord from where the horizon is to the other end.
Yes, so this triangle, in fact, starts from this X horizon. Then we have dotted line to this dot of this, let's say, rhombus pole. Where
that's not a right angle triangle, that though, is it?
It is. No, it is not.
No,
Still,
I don't think you can. I think the actual numbers he's using, whether you do it internally or externally, you're using the surface level, the drop, and the chord from your viewer height. And if you drop it down to 0, then the actual 8 inches per mile squared function takes place, and there is no viewer height for you to add refraction in, because that's where the obviously the optical refraction, they can play around with that as an addition, number change, 7/6. Can do all sorts of mathematical things. But if you keep that viewer height to the surface, then the 8 inches per mile squared still works as the drop. That's what McToon. I think McToon knows his mathematics. Rowbotham's mathematics.
I would say that if you are you have this eye level at surface level, then you have drop from your position, and then you can calculate this 8 inches per mile squared starting from your position, because you have eye on the horizon, and this is the goal, the purpose of Rowbotham's calculation is to calculate drop beyond horizon, not before horizon, beyond horizon. So drop is starting from horizon, this X. This is purpose of Rowbotham's calculations, because things are dropping down in perspective, obviously. This is normal perspective drop, but Globers say that this is due to curvature, this drop. But this drop is beyond horizon, not before. So he's calculating how many inches or feet object is dropping, is obscured by this geometrical horizon. This is purpose of Rowbotham calculations. So I still cannot understand why people now are, and even if Rowbotham did that triangle, let's say the surface level, but it assumes that you are at horizon. But if you are above horizon, like this dot with eye/camera is depicting, then you have horizon not at your position, but farther away from you. For example, at
Aren't
X.
you actually stood on the horizon of somebody else anyway? Isn't that what's claimed, right?
No.
You can imagine that you are stood on the horizon. Anyway, as far as these calculations go, call it the top of the ball if you want. Call it saying you're stood on the horizon. In these things, for the sake of calculations.
No. For the sake of calculation is that if you are above horizon, it means that you are not at horizon. The only you can say that you are at horizon when you have eye at horizon level, so you're on the ground, literally. Then you can measure, or rather calculate drop from your point, from your vantage point. But if you are above horizon, then you have distance to this horizon, which is tangent point to your line of sight. This is how Rowbotham described things. So, and of course, there is a dip, so it is not horizontal, but it is dipping down. Your line of sight is dipping down to horizon, to this tangent point, which is marked by X. And then from that point, you are calculating 8 inches per mile squared. And this is drop, vertical drop from horizon.
But if you put your viewer height down to 0, then
Yes.
effectively you are starting on the horizon.
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, that's what
Yes.
they do. That's what the Stark Odder's got there. The numbers check out. If you
Yes, but
put yourself on the horizon, then you can get these numbers.
absolutely yes. But this is not what Robotham allegedly did. That's why he described that he was at the canal at a height of 8 inches, and he had distance 6 miles, this flag poles or whatever, every 1 mile, and there were 6 miles. And first mile is to horizon, allegedly, and then from that 1 mile, he calculated 5 miles drop, because at a height of 8 inches, calculated horizon in globe model is at 1 mile. It has to be, according to calculations. So after this 1 mile, he is calculating drop, vertical drop of objects which are dropping down due to curvature. So if he has this distance 6 miles, 1 mile is 2 horizons, so we have to, and he had to subtract this 1 mile from calculator, and then at horizon point he is calculating drop, so 5 miles drop, not 6. So this is what he allegedly did, and these are his calculations for drop off from horizon, not from observer point. If observer is above horizon, you have to subtract this hump. In fact, you have to subtract hump or inverted drop from horizon to your position. And then you can start to calculate drop from horizon. This is what Robotham allegedly did. But these are his calculations. So this surface level, this eye level, what Mick West added to this picture is completely irrelevant. Has nothing to do with Robotham's calculations. But this curve calculator is based on Robotham calculations. So I think that Globers are just misrepresenting Robotham's calculations. If they are doing something with level, with surface level, with horizontal, it has nothing to do with Robotham.
Well, maybe all of these numbers have got nothing to do with Robotham. Like maybe they just made up some new mathematics. Because I mean, they can't really be going with the Flat Earth Society mathematics, can
They
they?
added also this refraction index, this refraction index, or whatever it is.
Yeah, that's just sort of an additive allow to. It gives them a bit of playroom, doesn't it?
No, it has certain purpose, because
they can make they can adjust the numbers to make them fit with that. If there's something quite not right.
yes, but in addition to that, because of course this curve doesn't fit reality. So
it gives them a allowable chance to sort of lengthen or shorten it or whatever to make it fit.
not only that, it is worse. This 7/6R refraction is to make curved line straight. So this is where this straightening curved line starts, not from geometry, but from this calculator, because we, of course, we can see in straight lines, always.
Yeah, but
And
it's 7/6 of the radius, isn't it?
yes, yes, of
It
course,
doesn't
it is.
straighten it, it just makes it bigger.
No, yes, because
It
it
adds a
is some
6
some
onto the
real.
length.
It is real refraction. This 1 of 7, that would be, let's say, real refraction, but they had to add this 6/6. So a real curvature, for them, real curvature. Because, of course, refraction, some refraction exists, but this normal, let's say, real refraction does not fit model. Absolutely. So this normal refraction cannot cover this curvature issue. So they had to add this another 6/6. So that would fit perfectly this radius. So it means that light is bending, and is bending in that rate that is bending like Earth curve plus 1/7. So even more. So this is their trick, because they cannot explain why we can see things that would be hidden, according to this calculator, Robotham calculator, would be hidden below physical horizon. Why we can't see that? So they invented this refraction index, 7/6R. And then they say that light bends, but we, of course, can see in straight line. So we cannot see bending line or bending rays. We see straight line, and it means that light is curving. This is their explanation, especially Rumpus. Yes. So the first time when Rumpus said that straight line is curve, uh, it was where he was explaining his refraction model. So that's the origin of curving straight line, and vice versa, from Rumpus at least. I would say that maybe he was originator of this new geometry, because he wanted to explain why we see in straight line, and why we see things that are hidden below this curved horizon, and we can see that in straight lines. So this refraction index is for that purpose, to convince people that this is okay. We see in straight lines, so surveyors see straight lines, measure in straight lines, but really these lines are bent because light is bending. So, but at the same time, they killed their geometrical horizon, because if they add this refraction calculator or refraction index into that, they are killing geometrical horizon. This point X marked as horizon in MIC-West calculator does not exist anymore, because it is straightened. It is no longer curved. We cannot see in curve lines. We see in straight lines because of refraction. So this point is no longer existent. So they have dilemma, or using geometrical horizon without refraction, or adding to that refraction, and then they have to kill this geometrical model. So this is conundrum not to be resolved, I think.
Wow. Mike is talking to Wolfie. Have you seen this? I don't know where Wolfie's been. Mike manages to get a chance to talk to all of them. I don't know why Wolfie keeps doing the ad hom sort of stuff, but I guess, I don't know. Thought he was Wally was saying that Wolfie was a debunker, and that ad hom sort of thing isn't, or name calling, it's even worse.
Yeah, that doesn't fit the name of the banker. So.
Yeah. So name this pretend pilot who claims level flight is not horizontal. Where does he claim that? A link, thanks, so I can expose him in a video. And then Blue Marbles replying. I'm not sure where you got your aviation training from, Mike, but don't plan on having me give you a biannual flight review. It wouldn't go well for you. Blue Marble gives biannual flight reviews now as well. Multi-talented people that they are. Level unaccelerated flight is defined as flight at a constant altitude above mean sea level and at a constant airspeed. Sea level isn't horizontal regardless of your delusions and the bullshit Bever's fed you. If you want to talk about airplanes, I highly suggest you take an aviation course. Trying to speak about it with your level of understanding will only make you look like a jackass. It's nice, Blue, with the names. If you don't do something, then you'll look like a jackass. But I mean, sea level isn't horizontal. Well, we know that. We do know that, right? There's a mean. He does say above mean sea level. So if they have to have a mean, the mean is at a point on a vertical, and that's obviously not horizontal. It's a mean. It goes up and down on a vertical. So how could the sea level be horizontal? That's crazy, Blue. I don't even know why you even thinking that. I don't know who's fed him any bullshit. What bullshit do you, Blue Marble, think he's getting away from? I've never told anybody that sea level is horizontal. Anyone ever heard me say that?
No, you always said that this is a point on the vertical datum.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and the mean means it keeps moving.
average, yes. So
Yeah.
this is average. So not real. This is calculated, arbitrarily assigned as main sea level.
Yeah, I think that those collection of horizontal points that I think Blue's ready to do the full bendizontal thing. I think he's ready. A collection of horizontal points makes a circle. I think that's what Blue is. I don't want to.
Yes, this is implication. So we can say that. So, of course, Blue Marble Science can say that he didn't say that, but in fact he did.
That's why. Well, that's why I'm not saying it. I don't. You know.
Yeah, but still, implication is very clear. So it really doesn't matter if he explicitly said that.
But Mick West hasn't said that. Right? That's one specific to Blue Marble Science. In fact, Mick West has specifically said that surface level is horizontal.
Yes, he said that.
And then, therefore, a mean, an average of the level, if the surface level is horizontal, then a mean or an average of horizontals, according to Mick West, that would be horizontal. Right? I mean, I hope Mick West's out there. if you're listening, Mick, and you think there's some bunk going on over here, please pop over and extract it. We don't want to be saying anything about like that. We don't want to be debunkers spreading bunk, do we? Can't have that. So you'll have to let us know if we've done anything wrong, or if the actual surface level that you have on the Metabunk curve calculator, if that is horizontal. Or maybe if it isn't, maybe we've got the wrong idea. Level flight. Wolfie says level flight is horizontal. So name this pretend pilot who claims level flight is not horizontal. Blue Marble says sea level isn't horizontal. So you can't have level flight being horizontal. He's right, Mike's right. These are contradictions. Right? There's a bit of bunk in there. It's got to be some nonsense if one of them says it is possible and the other one says it isn't possible.
We can ask question, what about gyroscope? So what gyroscope is showing? Because if we are talking about flights, we cannot omit gyroscope, because this is device which establishes this fixed position at the start. So when aeroplane is starting, is on the ground, on not in the air, so it fixes gyroscope in that vertical position and establishes horizontal plane, fixed one plane, and then it is not changing till the end of the flight. Of course, they say some strange things about gyroscope, that they are adding to some device to correct due to curvature, but it means that gyroscope is not doing what it is supposed to do anymore. But in fact, if gyroscope is doing what it is doing every time, it means that this horizontal position is not changing during whole flight. It means that horizon and horizontal and level are straight line and plane.
Well, I think, is there not a chance? I mean, it may look bad, right? If Blue Marble's out there and Mick West, right? It's not as bad as it is, really, because we can always have the contradictory proof.
Excuse me, can I just jump in for one quick second on the flight thing? I posted in live chat. If you could do me a favor and just read the first sentence or two. This is from NASA's own website. Thanks. I got breaks to do.
From summary or from introduction?
Summary would be best.
This report documents the derivation and definition of a linear aircraft model for a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Fictional then.
Thanks, NASA.
Yeah, it just means that like it doesn't relate to reality, right? I think.
Yes, I would say that this non-rotating Earth, of course, but why flat? They say. This is not real. But I would say that they should say, if they would be to be precise, just on one horizontal or on one straight level, they should say, because this is what you can do with gyroscope, for example, to establish one orientation, and this orientation is fixed. So as gyroscope is not deviating from that horizon, it means that you are on the same plane or parallel plane. Of course, if you are just going up with the plane, but it doesn't matter. You can level up with the aircraft in the air, and then you are sure that you are on the parallel horizontal plane as you were on the ground, and you are moving along this horizontal plane in the air. So that's what aeroplanes always did, and gyroscope is just for that, to assure that you are on the same parallel horizontal plane as you were on the ground when you started. It has to be the same plane or parallel, because it is higher, of course. And that's it with gyroscope. For me, gyroscope is very good device to prove that verticals are not divergent. So, because as flat Earth math said that this measurement of diverging verticals, it is practically impossible, but you can check it with gyroscope. Just it. And you don't need to check verticals. You just can check if you are going off the surface of the Earth, if you are on the same horizontal plane. You would go off of the Earth, let's say, into outer space, but you are not. It means that gyroscope proves that horizontal plane is existent on our Earth and is not curving.
Yeah, Stefan Mudd says it establishes a horizontal at, is it a bi or local vertical? Local
No.
vertical.
No. So this is
Oh, wait a minute.
case of
I think I've got a clip here. Is it this one?
As you move along the surface of the Earth, it always keeps you to a tangent, to a horizontal.
There you go. A tangent to a horizontal. Is that Stefan Mudd? I think that's what Rumpus was talking about.
yes, but still, that's why I have objection against flatsoid versus this pilot discussion, because
FE
they
pilot.
both. It was. I don't think that it was FE pilot. It was a name of this pilot in this discussion, so he gave his name. I don't think that it was FE pilot.
As you move along the surface of the Earth, it always keeps you to a tangent, to a horizontal.
Tangent to a horizontal. That's what Rumpus said. I think that's what we'll go with. That's what Stefan Mudd's talking about.
Yes. So this saying that gyroscope establishes horizontal is wrong, because
it establishes a tangent to a horizontal. Or it keeps you at a tangent to the horizontal.
Yes, because
what Rumpus
on the
says.
plane, just on the plane. Why?
Well, I mean, we have some of these new technical terms for new modern day maths. Math nouveau.
Yeah, so it means that as you establish this horizontal position of the gyroscope, it keeps it, and not because it is horizontal, but the gyroscope is just keeping rigidity in space.
Okay.
So you can establish something else, some skew plane, not horizontal, and it would keep this skew plane everywhere.
So has anybody
So-
got any names of any pretend pilots who claim that level flight is not horizontal? Is there anybody in the chat? Does anybody know any pretend pilots that claim that level flight is not horizontal? Anyone? Blue Marble, I think you do a bit of piloting. Do you claim that level flight is not horizontal? I think you're here. Anybody here? Do we have any other pilots? I don't think we have any pilots in the chat. Just the ones in the YouTube text chat. Blue Marble Science. I know Blue Marble Science is a pilot. Blue, do you claim... I know that you are a pilot. You're not a pretend pilot, are you? You are an actual pilot who claims that... do you claim that level flight is not horizontal? Just checking for a friend. There's this Australian guy. He's a mate of Wally's. Brad, have you done a bit of piloting? Would you, Brad, fly with anybody who claims that level flight is not horizontal? I don't think Wolfie would. I think Wolfie doesn't like that. That's a question for the two pilots. Oh, Blue is the claimed pilot who alleges that level flight is not horizontal. No way.
In the chat. He said, "What map would you use?" I'd use a flat map.
Not piloted. Blue, that can't be right, can it? Such a big man in the thing saying going against Wolfie. I mean, Wolfie's the pilot fella. Pretend. He's calling you a pretend pilot. That can't be right. Blue. Whoa. Blue Marble Science. Is Wolfie calling you a pretend pilot? Can we confirm? Well, Blue Marble Science, you still around? Can we confirm, Blue, that you do think that level flight is horizontal, don't you? Or is Wolfie correct? Are you a pretend pilot? I get the feeling that this is big news. I'm not big on the piloting thing. I know a lot of people like to do geometry with airplanes. Not particularly big on that sort of stuff.
I'm not big too, but still, I know for sure how gyroscope, mechanical normal gyroscope, works. And because it works, that's
Keeping you
why...
to a tangent to a horizontal.
No, it is just for establishing one position, one fixed position. Of course, this horizontal position is most useful in aviation, but in fact, what matters here is that this position is fixed, let's say forever, till it is disabled by some means or some force. But if it is just rotating around one axis, this axis is fixed, cannot change during flight. So it doesn't matter if someone says that this is tangent to whatever, it doesn't matter. What matters is that this axis is fixed, cannot change. So that's it.
Mistake and hearsay. We're waiting for the link to where he claims that level flight is not horizontal. Have you got that link, Blue? No, I'm just passing on a message from. It seems like Wolfie's keen to find the pilot. Well, maybe a pilot, pretend pilot, or whatever. But I mean, he does seem to be wanting to know where he can find a link to someone who says that level flight is not horizontal. I'm just asking, Blue, is that you? Are you a pilot who says that level flight is not horizontal? Or do you say that level flight is horizontal? It's an easy one, and Wolfie's asking it. And it's not me, it's Wolfie. I'm just passing it on. And I know I'm sometimes asking questions and doing all of that. But I mean, this one is from Wolfie. Wolfie is the guy that's Wally's put in charge of the wolf pack. Blue, it doesn't matter. I don't know what Wolfie claims. Wolfie's asking to know the pilot that says level flight is not horizontal. Is that you, Blue? Brad, what about you? Are you a pilot? Do you say that level flight is not horizontal? Like Wolfie, he's looking for a pilot that says that. Is that you, Blue? Very simple question. I'm guessing that you're never going to answer that question, right? Because it's a bit of an awkward one coming from Wolfie. It should be easy for you to be able to say that.
No,
it's either yes or no. Simply.
He cannot say that because if this flight level is curving, it means that gyroscope doesn't do what it's supposed to do. So it means that gyroscope is not working because it doesn't keep rigidity in space. Because, of course, pilots know that gyroscope is not moving. So if the flight is, let's say, on some height on horizontal plane, this artificial horizon doesn't move. It means that this gyroscope is showing this horizon and horizontal and is not moving. It means that as he keeps rigidity in space, it means that they are flying on one plane, horizontal plane in the air.
Or at least parallel to surface level, as
yes,
marked
yes,
by
of course, yes.
Mick West in
Absolutely.
the Metabunk.
Absolutely, yes. I am not talking about original horizontal, which is established. Gyroscope establishes, of course, when flight is starting. So it is established. This horizontal plane is established by gyroscope on the ground, and it is fixed during whole flight. But if lever is curved, and we know that this gyroscope is not moving, so it is showing horizontal during the flight, it means that it cannot be curved. Just cannot. Or gyroscope is not working.
Yeah. Stefan's here as well. Stefan, are you a pilot? Do you know, Stefan, of any pilots that claim, is it claiming? Claiming that level flight isn't horizontal. I mean, who would be ridiculous enough to claim that? Who? Come on, hands up. I'm not a pilot. But I would say, since, you know, it's me, I would say that I go with Mick West and Wolfie on this one. At least, you know, when you are either on surface level or at an even altitude. Actually, you could throw Merriam-Webster in on that one as well. Wolfie, Merriam-Webster, and Mick West. I'm going with that. That's my team. Level flight being horizontal, or level being horizontal.
I think NASA agrees with you too.
Yeah, NASA. Well, I don't know. I've yet to find out, but
Well, that NASA document, if you read on it's all straight and level flight.
well, and I'm like, when I'm talking about horizontal, I'm talking about the traditional horizontal, the one that's perpendicular to vertical. I'm not talking about the new mathematics.
Right. Geometric. Yeah, no, I understand.
Anytime you want, Blue, just let us know. If anybody knows, does anybody know any other pilots? There used to be quite a few of them hanging around here, you know, pilots. Who's the other one? Paid NASA. P&S.
I do know I do personally know a helicopter pilot, but I've never brought this subject up to him. He's a customer of mine.
Well, you could be able to ask him now. Wolfie wants to know. Is there any, who are the pilots that are claiming that level is not horizontal? Flight level. Level flight is not horizontal. We'll have to keep that one. Keep that one in the books. And we'll get on that one for you, Wolfie. To remember, if anybody sees any pilots anywhere, that's all we need to know. Blue won't answer. I think he's shy, you know. Can you imagine getting reprimanded by Wolfie? Wally'll keep you safe though, Blue. It's all right. I mean, you may have said that level flight isn't horizontal just a little bit earlier, but I'm sure you can pull it back. You've got connections. Wally's around here. He won't expose them, Mike. Don't be doing that. He'll be getting Blue all shy and everything. He's got Wally. Wally knows Wolfie. They're in the WhatsApp group and everything. Actuated by vertical. Perpendicular to vertical. Tangent to a horizontal.
If he is talking about, Stefan Mood is talking about gyroscope, if this horizontal plane is established, it means that it will keep this local, at a point, horizontal everywhere. It will not conform to the curvature of the Earth due to gravity. Gyroscope will not do that if it is working. Working gyroscope will not adjust to curvature of the Earth due to gravity. This is what gyroscope will not do, to be clear.
if a gyroscope precesses, it's inadequate.
Yes, and by the way, they say, some people say that in modern aviation, they add something device, some device into gyroscope to adjust to due to curvature. So at the same time, they admit that without this device, normal gyroscope will not adjust. So mechanically, gyroscope will not adjust to any curvature or gravity or whatever. Will just keep his position everywhere, no matter if it is deviating from gravity of curved earth or whatever. It doesn't matter. It will just keep its position.
Brad, do the pendulous vanes keep the aeroplane flying level horizontal, level flight horizontal? Is that what the pendulous vanes are there for? I've never really dealt with much of this. And also, do you know any pilots that say that level flight is not horizontal? He's been told to look up paper pendulous vanes. They're not going to tell us. I've got a suspicion, Blue, that the pendulous vanes keep the aeroplane or the gyroscope level flight being horizontal, right? It keeps it in the same orientation. Or does it make it change?
No, I would say that these vanes, I think, they are just keeping a gyroscope in rotation. Because in order to have this rigidity in space on one axis, it has to be rotating. And this is it is done by air incoming to with the gap. There are some gaps in plane, and there is air conduit, and as airplane is going forward, the air is going inside and is making this gyroscope operational. So it starts to rotate, and as airplane is going on the ground or in the air, this gyroscope is rotating. So I think that this is what he is talking about, because I don't know why pendulum vanes would change anything. They are, I think, only to keep this gyroscope rotating very fast, of course, to have solid rigidity. The faster is rotating gyroscope, the better, because it keeps more or stronger rigidity. So there are no, and this gyroscope is, of course, put into gimbals to be independent. So this gyroscope is independent because it is in gimbal system, let's say. So
yeah, there's still no answer from Blue Marble Science about whether he thinks
I have no idea
level flight.
What he said.
He's just going off and talking about pendulous vanes and how people have got no idea about what they are. But I think Blue Marble hasn't got an idea whether he thinks aeroplanes level flight is horizontal or not. I'm not too sure. I think he keeps trying to avoid it. Can everybody in the chat just make sure that Blue Marble Science hasn't forgotten the fact that Wolfie's looking for somebody who thinks that level flight isn't horizontal.
Yeah, it's one of them distraction tactics we were talking about earlier when you listen in on all those other Discord servers. You can't actually have a single conversation. It deflects into other topics and
Yes,
uh,
he's
yeah.
saying about
Avoid the
some
question.
pendulums, what it has to do with the topic. Because does it change anything within gyroscope or how it operates? I think not. But now he is saying that I don't know what I am talking about. Maybe, but it doesn't change anything because gyroscope is doing what it is doing.
Yeah, I mean, like gyroscopes aren't really, I mean, there are in planes, right, to help you where you're going, obviously. But that's like a north, south, east, west type thing. It's not really a up and down altitude, is it?
No, it is, it, uh, in fact, when we say that it keeps rigidity in space, it
Yeah,
means
because
that
how else would you know the pitch of your plane?
orientation. So it keeps the same orientation because it has rigid axis of rotation. This is the purpose of gyroscope, to have the same axis of rotation. So if gyroscope is rotating along vertical axis, so position of this gyroscope is horizontal, of course, because it is perpendicular to this axis, and it will keep rotating along the same vertical everywhere. This is what gyroscope is doing, keeping rigidity within axis of rotation. So once fixed, established, this vertical axis is going, so it cannot change. So this is the purpose of. So it doesn't tell you on what height you are. It just tells you if you are deviating from this position, orientation. That's why it is used as artificial horizon, because you can see it is part of this instrument. So we can see if you are dipping down, so your horizon, artificial horizon, will go up, etc. Because he is keeping this gyroscope is keeping rigidity. It will show you how you to have adjust aeroplane to go back to level. That's it, because it is fixed, never changes during the flight.
Mike Jones for $5. Thank you very much, Mike. Says, when is Wolfie versus Blue debate? Wolfie is taking level flight is horizontal, is positive. Level flight is horizontal. And Blue, as far as we know at the minute, he's going with the not that. He's like, it's a bit scared, but I understand. Like, Wolfie's a bit formidable, right? You don't want to be voicing your opinion against Wolfie, but you can do it to other people, I'm guessing. Right? Blue, keep your level flight not being horizontal under wraps. There's no need to let Wolfie know. If Wolfie's looking for somebody like that, let somebody else take that hit, Blue. Don't you do it. Don't stick your head up out the trenches, right? When Wolfie's out there. I bet Wally's trying to sort that one out at the minute. Calm down, Wolfie. Calm down, Wolfie. It's only Blue. You know, he's getting old. You don't want to be upsetting him.
Blue, by the way, is trying tactic to
Not
strawman.
answer. Yeah.
Yeah, so name the three gyros we usually. I have no idea, and I don't need to, because I just know how gyroscope work. I know the principle on which a gyroscope is working, and the same is Stefan Mood. That keep the instrument level with respect to the direction of gravity. No. Altitude indicators maybe, but it has nothing to do with gyroscope. Gyroscope is not in respect to gravity.
Look at the obfuscation in the YouTube live chat. It's fantastic.
Yeah, you can't answer it. It's one of those questions, right?
No, none of them can. Brad's coming back with tell us what horizontal flight means to you. I mean, it's Wolfie's question.
I'm
for
not
God's
bothered.
sake.
It's what Wolfie thinks horizontal flight is. Like, can anybody answer the question? Or are you not willing to risk that Wolfie's definition of horizontal flight was contradictory? I mean, who knows? We don't know. We're just trying to pass on a simple question. But it seems like none of the guys can actually answer it. I'm not a pilot. You tell us what gyros you use, Blue. And do those gyros keep your level flight on a horizontal? Or do any of them? Is there like one particular gyro? The one that Wolfie uses, does that keep his level flight on a horizontal? Who knows? You should come in, Blue, or send one of you guys in.
Yes, and answer question, because I have question. Because
Follow-on
Blue
question.
Marble Science says that I am clueless. But in fact, I have question if gyroscope used in aviation is doing what it is supposed to do. It means if it is keeping if it keeps rigidity in space. So if it keeps originally established horizontal on the ground. So this is question about this gyroscope used in aviation. Okay. So this is yes or no question. If it is doing what it is supposed to do, or it is not doing. Because normal gyroscope not used in aviation is keeps rigidity on the same axis, and you can turn the whole device around this gyroscope, and this gyroscope will keep the same position, the same orientation. And Blue Marble says that in aviation is maybe something else. I don't know. He has to explain if they are doing what they're supposed to do or not.
Hard to tell. Keeping the chat going, though. Thanks, Blue. We were asking for a pilot to come in to see whether we can... we're trying to do like getting a bit of collaboration going here. We've been asked by Wolfie to see if there are any pilots around that claim that level flight isn't horizontal. We're just asking any pilots that we know.
Warning in the YouTube chat.
Obfuscation.
It seems like the adult globe scientists might be at it again. Look at whatever's comment. Read it carefully. Well, not out loud.
Right.
Don't read it out loud.
Nice.
Yeah, I like
Really?
it.
Well, there you go. That might be yeah, I don't know how that managed to filter through.
I don't know, but still, so he is saying that aviation gyros have some mechanism which prevents gyroscope to do what it is supposed to do. So gyroscope itself is doing what it is supposed to do and needs additional mechanism to correct due to some gravity or what. This was my original question before. So whatever, can you confirm that gyroscope itself is doing what it is supposed to do? It means that it keeps rigidity on the same axis or not?
Blue Marble seems to think that Wolfie doesn't. Blue Marble says, I guarantee you that Wolfie does not think flight at a constant altitude is a straight line. Level flight. He knows full well that altitude follows the curvature of the Earth, not a straight line. But it says there, name the guy that says that level flight is not horizontal. I'm guessing that's Blue. He seems to have gone around the houses there, but he's saying that Wolfie doesn't think that it is a horizontal. So therefore, Wolfie's question is a trap. I think that's what Blue's saying. Like, if you do agree with Wolfie, he's going to turn it round on you. I think that's what he does. He's saying that Wolfie is doing a sophisticated argument there. He's like a bait and lure, right? He's going to bait somebody into saying that level flight is horizontal, and then he's going to call you a flat earther, right? I think that's what Blue's saying. So Wolfie's asking the question with malicious intent. Is that what Blue's saying? No, another of exposed claiming level flight isn't horizontal yet. No real pilots think that. All I have from you is a mistaken hearsay. You were wrong claiming he was a pretend pilot, and I'm waiting for the link where he claims that level flight is not horizontal. Have you got a link anywhere, Blue? I'm not arguing semantics. I'm saying, have you got a link to show Wolfie where level flight isn't horizontal? Just a thing that he's saying that... I'll read Blue Marbles again. Blue Marble, he guarantees that Wolfie does not think flight at a constant altitude is a straight line. But he's not asking that, Blue. Wolfie is asking if there are any pilots that think a level flight is not horizontal. Can you not understand the question, Blue? I mean, I think Wolfie made it very simple. So name this pretend pilot who claims level flight is not horizontal. Where does he claim that? Is that you, Blue? Are you claiming that level flight is not horizontal? You seem to be getting out of it. Yeah, Wolfie, Mike, you've got a guarantee now that Wolfie didn't actually mean that he thinks that level flight is horizontal. Blue can guarantee it. Who said that, Brad? Go on, Brad. State your claim. But if you're going to be a debunker, show your evidence where I've thought that. In fact, Brad, seeing as you're such a lying, deceitful shit. I'll go back and say that all horizontals are parallel to each other, right? That all means there's definitely more than one. And I'm pretty sure I've
Plural.
stated that millions of times.
Absolutely. Plural horizontals. More than one.
So
But,
what are you talking
you know.
about, Brad? Are you crazy? That's just a blatant lie. A blatant lie that everybody can see is a blatant lie. You're exposing your dishonesty in the chat there, Brad. Blatant lying. Everybody take note of the blatant liars that we have in the chat. Too scared to come in and have a chat. Free for all Friday. They'd rather just blatantly lie about absolutely ridiculous things. Blue Marble not being able to say is whether he thinks that level flight is a horizontal or not.
And whatever is straw manning. So different tactics, because whatever is talking about what some device do with gyroscope when gyroscope is malfunctioning. And that was not my question. My question was, if gyroscope is operational and is doing what it's supposed to do, if that gyroscope keeps rigidity on one axis, one fixed axis, or not. I am not talking about malfunctioning gyroscope. And of course, whatever is talking about some malfunctions of gyroscope. It doesn't matter. I am talking about operational gyroscope.
Blue actually mentioned yet. Oh, you're so good with the words, Blue. So good to have you here. Guy that can't answer. One of his own peers. I presume Wolfie's superior.
I know. I don't know why they're mad at you for bringing out something that Wolfie asked. This is really interesting to me.
Yeah, I think it's because he's a little bit annoyed at Betty not actually having the debate. Right, he was hoping to
with Mike. Yeah. Good, a little salty. Brad finally admitted that apparently that you don't believe there's one horizontal. That's how I'll take it.
Oh, good.
So he admitted he's a liar.
Yep.
By saying they aren't parallel. Well, thank you. Then you admitted that Bev always says horizontals plural.
Yeah.
So not one horizontal. So good on you, Brad. Excellent. Admitting the lie. Nice.
Honesty. All we need now is Blue. Blue. Do you think, or would you be willing to claim that level flight is not horizontal? Just so we could let Wolfie know.
He can't do that.
No. Well, I don't know. I mean, it is only Mike, right? I mean, Wolfie. I mean, who's Wolfie anyway? What is Wolfie to these guys? Who is Wolfie? He's not been around for a bit. I don't know how Mike manages to bring these people back out.
I know, right? Where's Wally in all this? I mean, Wally should be involved in this, being Wolfie's, the head of the wolf pack. Surprised Wally isn't in here defending Wolfie. That's strange.
There isn't one. I don't know what you. I haven't got a clue what you're talking about, Brad.
Brad may be saying there isn't one. Period. There's not There's not
horizontal.
multiples of them, and there's not one of them. Is how I read that.
Sometimes it gets a little bit confusing. Yeah, I think, well, Blue, Mike, Blue can guarantee that Wolfie didn't mean that. Like, I think Blue can guarantee that Wolfie is trying to bait somebody in to that. I think that's what Blue's saying, Mike. That's a bait question.
Have a look what NASA says about level flight. Horizontal.
Is that in a... The flight path is horizontal to Earth's surface. And for simplicity, assume that thrust always acts along this horizontal plane. For the flight to be horizontal or constant altitude, it is easy seen that lift must be equal weight. To fly at constant velocity unaccelerated, the thrust must equal the drag. Well, there you go. There's another one. So NASA agree with Wolfie, but I mean, I bet Blue. How about you? How confident would you be to state that NASA didn't actually mean that, Blue? Would you be guaranteeing him enough as Wolfie? So are you guaranteeing that Wolfie is going to go against NASA? Is that NASA?
That's NASA.
It just is level flight horizontal. A Google search, Blue. Have you tried Googling it, Blue? See what you have a go. Nobody will say anything. You have a Google and let's see what comes up. See whether you can guarantee that Wolfie's going to go against that as well.
That's a good one.
Guy seems to think so too.
Seems all over the world they got the message, except somewhere in Tennessee.
Yeah. I'm not sure where you got your aviation training from, Mike, but don't plan on having me give you a biannual flight review. It wouldn't go well for you. Level unaccelerated flight is defined as a flight at a constant altitude above mean sea level and at a constant airspeed. The sea level isn't horizontal, regardless of your delusions and the bullshit Bev has fed you. If you want to talk about airplanes, I highly suggest you take an aviation course. Try to speak about it with your level understanding. You may look like a jackass. Blue Marble Science is a master at writing paragraphs of shit without actually saying anything. You have to imply that in there, though, Mike. Like, he just won't say it. I think he's scared. He'll get a bollocking from Wolfie. So I think somebody's got his hands tied behind his back. Blue Marble Science isn't allowed to be saying things. Somebody's telling him not to say anything. Maybe because, Wolfie may seem to be doing working with us or working with you, Mike, anyway. But he might be feeling, Blue Marble Science might be feeling a bit uneasy about who he's got on his side, whether there's any, Trojan horses or what, infiltrators trying to get him to slip up. But I wouldn't know much about that. Illegon. Thanks for popping in, Blue. Just remember, whenever the questions get a little bit too tricky, just pop off again. Pretend you're not around here. Go on, hide. Anyone else? Does anybody else imagine that level flight is horizontal? Anyone? Is there anybody here that would agree with the Google one? Is level flight horizontal? Do we agree with Google that the
Brad
flight
doesn't.
path is horizontal to the Earth's surface?
Brad does not.
No.
He also says he's not a pilot, so maybe he doesn't fit Wolfie's mold of give me the pilot.
Oh, Rumpus is coming to support Brad now. Nice one.
Oh, so Rumpus also doesn't doesn't agree with Wolfie. Interesting.
Well,
we may have
between Brad and Rumpus. Kissy kissies.
Was that recording before or after the Rumpus poll though?
That was before the Rumpus poll.
Things may have changed since.
No, but that's when he was talking about airplane flight. Right? It keeps you on a tangent to a horizontal. That's the gyro. You can't be.
There's Rumpus speaking for everybody.
Yeah. So Blue. What? Horizontal to the Earth's surface means following the curvature of the surface. No. We've got this one. Let me get another picture of this because it's here. I'll put a big circle on it. Well, it's not so much of a circle. There you go. Can you see that? No. There you go. That's the surface level. So horizontal to that surface level there that Mick West has got would probably be parallel, wouldn't it? Or like, we say all horizontals are parallel. Where's your curve? We're just going with what Mick West has put on the Metabunk. Blue, here. It says the surface level, that would be the Earth's surface, wouldn't it? Horizontal to the Earth's surface. This would be the surface level here. And horizontal to that would be parallel to it, because that looks like it's a horizontal. I don't understand simple diagrams. Does that not say surface level, Blue? I mean...
I even suspect that horizontal is level.
Yeah. In that one, yeah, I would say so. It has to be, really. The instantaneous direction is horizontal because you don't know the difference between the acceleration and velocity. You don't understand about changing instantaneous velocity. I know what horizontal is, right? And I know a horizontal parallel to the Earth's surface would be a parallel horizontal, at least going with this one here. With Mick West and the Metabunk Earth Curve calculator. So what's this got to do with calculus, Rumpus? We've got Wolfie stating that level flight is a horizontal. You've got Metabunk and Mick West stating that the surface level is a straight line on a horizontal. And what else have we got? These are your guys. We've got NASA. Is it NASA? Saying that a surface is horizontal. Right now, horizontal is a straight line. It's not a curved line like Blue Marble Science seems to think. At least I'm not aware of that. Do you think NASA and Wolfie think horizontal's a curved line like Blue Marble Science? Oh, Godzilla. Thank you very much, Gods. Super Chat states, Blue and Rumpus. Keep coming around and pissing me off with your clear bullshit. It only results in more profit for Bev. Thank you. Hey, that's good. Yeah, keep coming around, guys. Thanks a lot. Whether that's him trying to drive them away or... Thank you very much, Gods. Thank you very much, Blue and Rumpus. Oh, and Kevin. I'll see your $11 card and raise you 14 US dollars. Thank you very much, Rumpus and Kevin and Gods and Mike. Yeah, this one's $2. Blue. Blue. Is level flight horizontal? Yes or no? Thank you very much, Mike. I'm not too sure that's gonna... Blue seems to be avoiding these simple questions. I think he thinks you might be working with Wolfie, or maybe one of the other Trojan horses. He's got connections all over the places, Mike. He knows people everywhere.
By the way, did we confirm whether Rumpus was a pilot or not? Since Wolfie was asking about
Oh,
pilot.
Rumpus won't be a pilot.
No?
No.
You sure about that
yeah,
today?
There isn't
Today,
many.
could be.
There isn't many pilots in the UK. It's not as if we do that sort of thing.
Rob. Nice.
Thanks, Rob.
Good job, Rob.
Cheap, but thanks, Bev. Thank you very much. Oh, level flight is horizontal, says Rumpus. So the only person that hasn't agreed with this so far, it seems to be Blue Marble Science.
But he says at an instant, so at a point. So
He still said that it is horizontal.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
At least he's agreeing with Wolfie. I mean, Blue Marble Science can't seem to do that.
Just agree with Rumpus, Blue. It'll be fine. Rumpus speaks for everybody anyway, so I think it's safe to say maybe Blue, can Rumpus speak for you? And we'll all get on the same page that Wolfie's right.
I don't know, Kevin. I
You know
think
that-
Blue outranks Rumpus.
Well, yeah, I don't know.
Seniority. He has to respect seniority.
Yeah, see, there you go. Rumpus just confirmed. Blue, NASA, Wolfie, and I are all in complete agreement. So
Yeah, that's okay, right? So all off. Don't worry about it, Mike. There's no need to tell Wolfie. Blue Marble Science, NASA, and Wolfie all are in complete agreement that level flight is a horizontal path. Jolly good.
whew, glad we got that sorted
Yeah.
finally.
So it means that level is horizontal, whatever it means for them.
Yeah.
But they have to admit that level is horizontal.
Of course, everybody knows that sort of thing. Even Mick West. So I mean, we did say that when we were debunking it, the Earth curve calculator, that maybe that might have been a problem, but I'm not too sure now. Since we all agree that level flight is horizontal, then the surface level should also be horizontal. That makes complete sense. I'm not too sure how well that's going to go down for the Rumpus poll. Thank you. Invest in Rumpus polls. Find a poll near you.
Indeed, they're hot right now.
Where? Yeah, but where are you going to put them?
Well, that's the question for
If
after
level
you
is
after you get them.
horizontal. I mean, you could do a deal on them now at the minute. Like you could infinite Rumpus polls for half price.
Oh, Emma's message. Sorry, Emma.
Yeah.
Emma said I'm the cheapest. Thanks, Beth. Sorry, Emma.
Yeah, sorry, I must have missed that one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would refer to Stefan Mood.
Okay.
He says that horizontals are established by vertical and verticals diverge by distance. And referring that to gyroscope, which establishes vertical and horizontal at a point of start when aeroplane is starting. In that case, that would mean that gyroscope would deviate from these diverging verticals. But I think that gyroscope doesn't do that, because if it were, it would be completely unreliable, not useful in the flight. If really verticals diverge and with distance, and gyroscope keeps the same orientation of first vertical established at start, it would be useless, completely useless.
Gadget with a super chat.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gadget. Towards my next level rumpus pole. A green one. Nice. Well, yeah, you're the artist. You could just draw one in everywhere. Could be a thing. Rumpus pole in the background. Hide one everywhere. I don't know what Rumpus seems to think that he can go round just talking shit. I mean, who doesn't know what down is? Come on, Rumpus. Everybody understands what down is. It's one of the first things you get or taught at elementary school. It's one of the most basic things. How can you go round saying to adults that they don't know what down is? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard, Rumpus. You should have stayed away. I mean, that's embarrassing. Down, Rumpus, down.
Down is not related to any model.
Yeah. It's the down part of a vertical, opposite to up of the vertical. That's down, Rumpus. The point where the plumb bob points. Down. You normally hold the string, and the string is on the up part of the string, and the down is where the plumb bob is, Rumpus. That's so ridiculous, Rumpus.
Yes, IQ, yes.
What's
yes.
going
That's
on?
the same thing.
Rumpus, look, I'm going to do this. Here's a guide to practical debunking. I don't know whether you consider yourself as a debunker, right? But Mick West, our favourite, the head debunker, has said this. And here's a little chart for you to get a grip on this, Rumpus. Well, what you do with the name calling, it's at the bottom. And it specifically says, not these, Rumpus. Not them. And you go for the lowest one, the name calling. Then the ad homs, and you know, like this is where you live, Rumpus. This bottom part here. This is where the dregs, where Mick West says, don't use them. Do not use these bottom low life ones. You're meant to be a debunker, Rumpus. Debunking is not insulting people. Try and grow up a bit. We know you must be under pressure because you can't really get your test done. You can't find enough people to join you. But that might be because you're a fucking vile, horrible person, Rumpus. Try being a bit more friendly. You might get a bit more help. I mean, I don't know what you're doing. Like, what's the conversation about, Rumpus? Down, Rumpus. Down. You show me where down is on a globe model. Like at the bottom? Surely you can't have down being anywhere else other than the bottom, right? Where would down be on the bottom of a globe model, Rumpus? You do understand above and below. If you understand above and below, then you will understand up and down. They're similar sort of things. I think I've just said, Rumpus. It's the bottom part of a vertical. Down. Putting the kettle on, Rumpus, because that's... I don't know how many times you want to keep doing it.
He's always adding this globe model. Yeah, I don't know why.
And then whenever you say what down is the bottom part of vertical, I don't know what's up with that. Why is that wrong? Who doesn't understand what down is? And who doesn't understand when somebody tells them what down is? What sort of a person asks somebody to tell them what down is? Rumpus doesn't seem to understand what down is. And when somebody tells him, he doesn't seem to comprehend the answer. It's fantastic. Like he must have a crystal ball there or something. He must be like a scryer to be able to hear what people are actually thinking and misinterpret what they actually say.
I like this picture, this C position, hanging on the plumb bob. This is very good.
Yeah, that's Brad did that. Brad drew that picture. But I mean, I don't know what people are meant to think. I don't know why Levels posted it, because that's Brad, the science guy, that drew that. Down. Yeah, well, who doesn't know what down is? I only live in reality. I only know what down is in reality. It's the bottom part of a vertical. The top part of a vertical is what we call up. And me personally, I use a plumb bob to establish a vertical. So the bit that's going down is the down part. It's pointing down. Everybody can understand that. And the other part that isn't going down, the bit that's going up, that's up. Now, the top part of the string is above the bottom part of the string. This up and down and higher and lower, this relationship carries through entirely through the whole thing. I think everybody understands. Apart from Rumpus, he can't seem to grasp the most basic concepts of up and down, higher, lower, above, below. He is model afflicted, though. Obviously, seriously model afflicted. Seems to think that on the globe model, it would be somehow different than up, down, above and below of the plumb bob in reality. I can't understand why somebody would think that reality wouldn't comport with a model. Unless that's what he's saying. Are you saying that the globe model doesn't comport with what people understand in reality, Rumpus? Anybody, any other ideas? What, Rumpus?
Yes, this is this new philosophy. Don't trust your senses.
Does he mean the down that turns back into up again? Is that what Rumpus is trying to get at?
Yes,
The
model
down
dictates.
right, the down that goes back into an up. Rumpus, is that what you're saying? The down up.
Don't
Because,
forget the floaty part in the middle.
well, what direction would that be?
Yeah,
You know, like if you're
everywhere.
talking about down, what down would be. But I suppose if you want to talk about your model, Rumpus, then down goes back into up. All right. Is that all right?
Yes, on the opposite side
direction
of
is
this
down.
model.
It's
Yes,
the
so
down that turns into an up. Of course. Rumpus. Just to appease you and your globe model. Normally in reality, most people wouldn't know about the down that turns back into an up. But since you say so, Rumpus, I will make the thing. I particularly don't think down turns into up at somewhere. I think that sounds ridiculous. But on your globe model, Rumpus, down turns into up again. Up doesn't turn back into down again. But I do think up at some point turns into like it's a free-for-all. Nobody really knows where up is at some point. Down turns back into up, and then up turns into who knows. I mean, it could be anywhere at some point.
You're blocking your imagination.
Rumpus doesn't understand this time that we are talking about down and up and not within some model. So we are not talking about model, we are talking about down and up.
Yeah. Down, to me, in reality, Rumpus, down is just down and up is just up. It's two ends of a plumb bob. But if you want to go for the full hog, for the globe model, the dogmatic globe model that you're imagining, Rumpus, your particular dogmatic globe model, then at some point that down turns back into up again. It has to. But I don't think that. But I know that your dogmatic globe model has to have that as occurring. So is everybody okay with that? Does anybody else think we can add anything onto the down question from the Rumpus?
Yeah, you're being limited, like I said. If you're going to explode the mind, you got to go all the way, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so all right then. On the globe model, down is every direction, and at some point it turns back into up again, and then that up is also every direction.
You missed one part. In the middle, you float.
Oh, Blue Marble Science says that's not good enough. We've got no understanding of the globe model. None at all. Well, I'm ignorant of it then, Blue. I only live in reality. You best send in your best man to come and inform us on the particular dogmatic globe that you are talking about. there is a specific one direction of down. You don't know it. There's only one specific direction of down. But it's every direction. What does Rumpus doesn't know?
No,
He
if it
thinks
is
there's only
every
one.
direction, it cannot be one. Every is not one.
Yeah. I don't know whether, like, I'm not too sure because of the way internalized globe models are individual. I'm not too sure about Rumpus and Blue. I'm sorry, guys. I can't understand what everybody else's internalized globe models are. So when you ask me something, then like you've already got an idea of what you presume your globe model to be. And I can only do my best. Not really got a clue. You give us your definition of down. Rumpus. Because we seem to be at a thingy. I mean, it is down. Don't worry about it. Mike Jones was going to have a debate with Betty about it. One of the $5. For Bev. Blue, shut the fuck up, says Godzilla. Thank you very much. Keep them coming. He doesn't talk anyway. He's too shy.
No,
He wouldn't know
Rumpus,
what to say.
Rumpus has to provide definition of down.
Yeah. He's saying he once claimed to know what down is on the globe model, even though the previous day he dodged the question 20 times. What previous day? Who are you talking about? Who's he, Rumpus? What you... It's crazy. Look at him. He's an adult, you know.
No, Rumpus.
Well, I mean, like he's a man. He's an adult, but I mean, mentally, that's a bit debatable.
Yes,
He's asking
I would
somebody
agree,
about down.
because his model dictates that down is up and up is down.
There
So
you go, Rumpus.
these terms are meaningless in their model.
Down is every direction and up is every direction. Then, and if down turns back into up again, then yeah, that's ridiculous. They have no meaning, Rumpus, and they do have a meaning to me. Down, up, above, below. They do mean things within definitions. Rumpus is getting all shouty. It's all right, Rumpus. Don't worry about it. Once you've done your test, everything will be great. When's your video coming on? I like to keep up to date with the YouTuber crowd. I want to help with the YouTube community, Rumpus, and I do believe you're putting some videos out. Would you like to come on and promote your videos? I believe you've done some work for a test or something. Bedford, was it? You got something going on in Bedford. Come on in and let everybody know what you're doing. He's doing a special thing. You may have heard of Robotham. You may have heard of Wallace, a famous Flat Earth Society guys, or Robotham is a famous Flat Earth Society guy. And Rumpus is wanting to add his name to that list. Famous Flat Earth Society people who go to Bedford. Sorry, go on.
I'm just going to say, looks like he's getting upset. He thinks that I could tell something. What's going on, Rumpus? Is it the down thing that's
He's doing
triggering
something.
him?
Yeah, he doesn't want to say what down is himself. He wants somebody else to say it. I think he's forgot. It might be going through one of his episodes. I don't seem to be able to add anything to the down that I've already given. I don't know whether there's like a trigger, like a safe word or something that gets him into his safe space.
I know what he wants.
Do you know it?
Yeah, he wants a nomad.
Yeah. You give him. Does anybody know? Blue, do you know the secret lullaby song that George used to sing Rumpus when he gets like this?
He wants a center.
rest
That's
his
what he
soul.
wants. Rumpus wants the center. That's what he wants. Down is the direction of the center of the
Center of
sphere.
what?
Of the sphere. That's what he wants
It's
to hear.
any
Watch
sphere.
how he's gonna thumbs up it now.
I've got a sphere here. Down isn't
I
towards that. That's above me.
I know.
That'd be
I know.
ridiculous to say that. The down's towards the center, because it's above me. The sphere.
Well, that's the official mantra. So they have to say the official thing.
But that isn't the definition of down. That's ridiculous. In fact, I've got one. I think I've got it here. It's on me.
You see, he's all happy. You see, that's what he wants to hear.
Yeah, I've got a clip. Let me. I'm hoping this is going to work, but it might just shut off. Share your screen. Okay, you guys. Oh no, that's not the right one. Oh. Sorry guys, that's not right. Give me a second. Where did I get that from? It was a short Rumpus clip. It was actually on this vertical and horizontal. Down. Down is towards the bottom of a plumb bob. I'd still say that, Rumpus. It's in reality, down is no different. Bottom of a plumb bob. What's up with that? How many people do you reckon, if we were to do that as a survey, to ask people in the street to give the definition of down, how many people would you reckon would go with Rumpuses? And do you reckon we'd be allowed to talk to people like Rumpus does?
I doubt that would be advisable.
Brad Wagner. What a tit. I mean, like, you know, like if you ever say anything round here, there are always people who may seem backwards, that misinterpret everything and just flip it upside down. Brad Wagner's just done that. I know what down is, Brad. That's it. Seriously, what's going on here is people who obviously aren't too bright are just gaslighting, and it looks embarrassing. Looks ridiculous. Now Emma's contradicting herself. You know, there are a certain group of people that I think we've been talking about this for quite a bit. It's not really worth talking to them. I don't know whether you could guess who they are, but they're the people that whenever you say anything, they just turn it upside down, contradict everything, misunderstand. Like Rumpus is doing there. It's what we called gaslighting, but it's gaslighting. Who's he gaslighting? Who's Rumpus gaslighting? Stefan Mudd, Blue Marble Science. How would we say that Rumpus would deal with real life, people in real life? And Rumpus has got to come in and show us his videos. Rumpus, please come in at any time, even though you're acting like a fool in here, and it's probably part of your character or whatever. But you are a YouTuber, and it's only right that we help you help kickstart your channel off. I know you've had a channel for quite a while, but you are going to be making videos, serious videos, and getting yourself in the history books. Anytime you want to put any videos out or anything, let us know. We'll get them promoted. We'll get them put out there. We can't do that much. We're only a small channel, but like you say, you keep coming in here. We will promote all of your stuff, Rumpus. Please. Please do it soon. Let's get these videos out. There are people that are ready and waiting. We know that the test is going to be probably one of the biggest things this year, hopefully. I mean, it was meant to be last year, but let's have a go for this year. Hey, hopefully, fingers crossed.
From Saturday, January 1st, 2022 to Saturday, December 31st, 2022.
What? Never mind. My thing keeps talking to me. Can't stop it. A live presentation. Wow. Nice. Accept, Rumpus, but would you not want to go to Blue Marble first? I would say don't offer it to us unless Blue Marble is what said you can't go over there. But I mean, if Blue Marble has said that he doesn't want you to present your live stuff over there, then yeah, by all means, please come over here. We've got a stage that you can do a live presentation from, uninterrupted. Obviously, we're still trying to grow the channel and the community, but anything like this would help. This is the event of the year. Nobody else is going to beat this. They're such a historic place as Bedford, and such a new modern science thing. Oh, well, that'll be good. Oh, well, we'll get to see you. At least you get a chance to do practice, Rumpus. You might even be okay, right? By the time you get here, you might have got everything all sorted. So, yeah, please do. Please practice at those other channels to make sure that when you get here, you are on your top notch. That's what we're going to be doing. We do live presentations and live stuff here anyway. Just come on in anytime. Well, I was looking for that video, wasn't I? Can't even remember what it was called. Try and run.
He should still accept your services.
Yeah, he said he's willing to come and do that. He's gonna do a tour, so that'll be good.
No, I was saying the film and the video services that you offered a while back.
Well, when we go there for the actual test.
Yeah, there's you, the lad, Bloods, Spot On. How many cameras is that? 4?
Yeah. And Bloods is already there anyway.
Yeah, Bloods is in already. Yeah.
It will be exhausted after making lots of videos. Have you not made them already, Rumpus? You've had a year and a half, haven't you? The footage. You must have all of the stuff ready. No, I can't. It must be been in a little save bit. Let me see if I can swap this file over. Yeah. Shit. Yeah, it's shut down. Yeah, that's not going to work. Sorry, can't find that Rumpus. It was an elevation one. That's good, you, Rumpus. Go and talk to your intellectually superior people. I'm sure you fit in superbly with them. Later, Rumpus. Thanks for coming. Now you can go and tell them that down. You know some people that when you ask them what down is, they don't know. Can anybody imagine asking somebody what down is and then getting upset that they don't give you the right answer? You want to try doing some laser waving, Blue? Have you ever done any? No, it's getting out, isn't it? Having people around you, Blue. It must be tricky, I know. It needs at least 2 of you for you to be able to do any laser waving of any purpose.
You should pick up comedy writing, Blue. I mean, seriously, you have some good stuff. I gotta hand it to you. You come up with good comedy. But I think that's about it, though.
I've got a big pink suit to be able to see 6 miles. So, welcome. Thank you very much. I guess Blue and all that's gone. I don't think we're ever going to get the Wolfie thing resolved, even though Rumpus seemed to answer for everybody and then say that level flight is horizontal, but it's also not horizontal at the same time. A constantly changing horizontal. An air horizontal that's constantly changing. That's fantastic, that, isn't it? There's no way of them getting out of that either. But, I mean, I'm not too sure how many people would know that. I don't know what, yeah, Kevlar. I'm not too sure I can make that happen. I mean, it was a strange one, right? Because somebody said to me, to prove that level is horizontal. And what I did was I went and found a proof that level is horizontal, and strangely enough, nobody cares. Apart from people like Blue Marble Science and Rumpus. Brad, the science guy, seemed to get really upset that I managed to find a proof of something that everybody takes for granted. Even Mick West and Wolfie. They seem to know as well that like level flight is a horizontal, and surface level is also horizontal. And me, I just say level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. But Blue Marble Science and Rumpus, Stefan Mudd, they're all like completely convinced that it isn't. But they don't realise who they're going against. Not just me, they're going up against Mick West, Wolfie. Who else? All of the other surveyors that I've ever talked to. Even Jesse Kozlowski said that he did not say that the level is not horizontal. Bit of a weird way round of saying it, but I mean, it's the same thing. He's saying that actually level is horizontal.
And what Stefan Mudd has in contrary, high precision geoid models in Switzerland, etc. So
high precision
model.
geoid models. Oh, a model. Well, they've done one, and we saw one of those of the Thingy Basin. Where's that? They do a big massive one where they flood it. I'm trying to find the
funny expression, modern determination of vertical deflections. So this is not necessarily true determination, but modern. Just modern.
Well, yeah, everybody knows what modern means in the modern day. It's like modern philosophy and modern art, modern maths.
It doesn't matter if it is true or not. It is good because it is modern.
Yeah, modern, like modern day debate. Everybody knows what that's like, don't they?
Yes, it's obviously it is better than old style, outdated.
Well, you've heard modern day debate, right?
Yes,
it's not like the old debate.
Absolutely.
It's different. It's new. I'm not a big fan of it.
Me neither.
I prefer the old stuff, but traditional ways, it's gone out of the way now, hasn't it? There's a lot of people that like that sort of stuff, like Rumpus and Blue Marble Science. I can't remember where the bloody clip is. Can't even find it. I did have a clip. What time are we at? It's only early, isn't it? Where did I put that video? Let me just no, no, where did I put it? Probably in here. Still waiting for Matthew Learns to come back to have a chat with us. He's looking at doing some mathematics stuff. I know, I'll find it on my phone, won't I? Is that it? Can't risk that one. Right, this one. This is definitely one of the ones. I'll share it in the Discord, and then I'll bang it on the thing. You guys can listen to that. It's going to be painful, like, because right, here we go. Bust the song. Give me a chance to make a brew. This is an old one. 2 years ago. You play the rumpus card. I'll get you guys this. Right, do you want the Buster song at the beginning? Let's have a go. Whole thing.
Yeah, I can apply spherical geometry to water, and then it'll be curved. I have evidence, proof.
Wow,
yeah, there you go.
You can do that, can you?
Yeah.
Right.
That it curves?
Yeah, it has to, because I mean I apply spherical geometry.
Are you kidding me, bro? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, genius.
3 coplanar points.
Genius.
What?
Bam! There's the
Bro.
radius of the Earth.
On the level. The way I phrase it is a monument to the curvature of the Earth. It really is. Level. It really is. Level.
And bam! There's the radius of the Earth.
She's right, Shill.
So
She's definitely
if you did
right.
this experiment
you
on
don't
a
know
flat
what
Earth,
you're
you would
talking about.
find
This
out-
isn't an
Nope, you're talking over me
experiment.
again.
You numpty. What have you done? What are your masters in?
If you
It's
did
not
this experiment-
mathematics, and it's
You're
not
listening to me.
science. It's not an
You
experiment.
don't know.
It's
Yes,
a
says the guy who
measurement. It's
doesn't know math.
trigonometry.
You're not
It's
listening
not
to me.
an experiment.
Your expertise is in talking over people, isn't it, when they try to answer your questions?
It's shutting down bullshitters.
If you're interrupting.
If the Earth was flat, you would find out that the sun must be in 3 locations at the same time.
So each point on the sphere has a different horizon.
Right, did you get that? Paid NASA's shill. If the Earth was flat, the sun would have to be in the same location at 3 different points or something. That's, I mean, it's good logic, right?
Yes.
You can definitely prove that the Earth's not flat with that one, can't you?
Absolutely.
Therefore, the Earth is not flat, which is what we've been saying all along anyway. So, well done. Good logic. Now, this is well, I can't remember, where are we? Probably over at Ranties, but with Brandon. So obviously, there's a lot of people in. There's a lot of people that want to join in. Probably the sort of stuff that you're not familiar with from this Discord server, but this will only go to show how different we are here. than any of the other servers. So this isn't here and this isn't now. This is 2 years ago. This is the sort of stuff that we were dealing with from Rumpus. Super frustrating, but similar.
Horizontal and vertical.
No,
Therefore, if you compare different horizontal, if you compare two different horizontals, they will not be parallel because each point
they
on
are
a sphere
always parallel.
has a different horizontal, local horizontal, and this simple fact is beyond Bev because he's a moron. Anyway, my throat's giving way, so I'm gonna have to go.
I think Rumpus has got completely confused. When I say horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, that means the horizon is on a plane and the horizontals that are parallel to it are parallel to the plane. They are plane horizontals that are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
They're playing together. Between you and along the line of sight to the horizon.
You just couldn't do it, could you, Rumpus?
Plane.
Neither can you.
Just couldn't do it.
Line of sight is one.
I let Bev finish.
And
I let him
horizontal.
Say
You're
everything he had to say, and
Paige.
then.
You're interrupting.
No, I'm not. I let Bev finish.
Paige, you're interrupting.
And therefore, not all.
Ed,
No,
you're
I'm
interrupting,
not. I
Ed.
let Bev finish.
You
you're interrupting.
But
Ed,
so
you're
we didn't get
interrupting.
Rumpus's answer for that actually at all. I didn't hear.
Yeah, let's try it again. There is a plane that is formed along your line of sight that also joins the horizon, although the horizon is not actually a line at all, it's a curve. But if we assume for the moment...
Well, how can it be parallel to the plane of it,
You do this
Rumpus?
all the time.
Mathematical definition.
Ed, you're interrupting.
You've got to interrupt every time, even though I didn't interrupt you initially. So let's try it again. There is a line of sight between you and the horizon, although the horizon is...
Yes, you did, you lying sod.
The other endemic constructor. So here we go, I'll try it again. There is a line of sight between you and the horizon, although the horizon is not horizontal, it's curved. So there is a plane also between
Can't be
along the line
parallel
of
then,
sight.
can
We
it?
assume that the horizon is horizontal, which is not. There is a plane along your line of sight, and you are looking along the line of sight at one angle, and the horizon is then crossing that in a perpendicular. Therefore, you've got two horizontals being perpendicular to one another, and therefore not parallel. I've finished.
So are you saying that his mathematical definition is incorrect?
All his definitions are incorrect. He barely knows any of them.
You're saying the definition for horizontal
Can you
being
post a definition?
parallel to
can you
the
post a
plane
definition in
of
each
the
thing?
horizon.
Just listen.
Paid
No,
national.
water,
You said
actually,
that.
water levels show a drop if you get.
Yeah, they
so
show a
that doesn't
drop.
work.
Where? Who shows it?
Water levels show the drop.
Water levels show the drop of
Yes,
the
they
water
do.
level.
Dip angle to the
That's
right.
a positive
shows
claim.
Water is dropping, and that should.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do
that's
it.
a nice
No.
claim. Go on. So how much
Dude,
does it drop? Does it drop that number that Rumpus just said earlier? 3.1 millimeters over 200 meters.
Well, that'd be very
Is
difficult.
that a drop of one end from the other?
Yeah, water levels show water drops in content.
Okay.
Exactly.
Does that drop depend on which end of the water level you're stood at, or
no?
No. Well, how do you know which end drops then? Because it's meant to be an
everything drops if
even altitude.
You're standing
What
at the
do you
top
mean
of the
drop?
ball all
You
the
go one
time.
way and drop 8 inches, then when you go back, it drops 8 inches
Depends on
again,
which end
does
you're
it?
stood at then.
Yeah.
No,
Oh my
incorrect
God.
because you're always standing. You're always standing at the
You
top
just
of the
said
ball.
it drops from both.
Yeah.
So when
said
you
it was
hold
infinite drop.
which end of the water level then?
You're always standing at the top of the ball.
When you're holding,
It's like you're balancing on a ball.
Okay,
You're always
so
at the
you
top.
leave the water level where it is, and you move. You walk from one end to the other. Now, where is the drop of the water level?
Here we go. Here we
No,
go.
no, not you, Rumpus.
Yeah, I know.
Not
I'm
you,
just
Rumpus.
Don't
No,
do it, Rumpus.
Rumpus. Don't, Rumpus. Shill,
Drop-
please.
Even-
Nasty
Don't
shill,
even think
please.
about it.
You're
Oh,
talking
Brandon,
Your white
please
knight is
don't let
talking
him
while
wreck
you're
this.
quiet.
what we're talking about, which is the difference.
Can you see what's going on here? It's sort of like a double team. Paid NASA Shill and Rumpus, backwards and forwards, just lie, talk about crap, then fill in for your friend when your friend can't answer the question. You don't answer the question, start saying something. Round and round and round. And these are the people that, well, these are the top guys. Can't answer a question. And how frustrating is this? There's a water level that it drops, but it drops from both ends, apparently. Both ends are below the other end, simultaneously below and above. Can you get a clarifier out of that? No.
Dip angle.
Not
See here, dip
you,
angle, dip.
Rumpus.
So
Water
if you
level.
are at a
What,
particular
Rumpus?
height, and
Rumpus.
you measure the
Nasty
angle-
shill, please.
Rumpus, they're
You're
having a
determined to make
conversation.
sure
Let's
NASA
take-
never
Nasty shill,
understands
please.
this, aren't you, Rumpus?
You will have
Yeah.
a dip angle D.
Rumpus,
Being on a
you
sphere.
are talking. You're just talking. Just
Well,
keep
no, we
it
have-
shorter so that we can have a back and forth.
Specialize in interrupting.
We were having a back and forth with Bev and paid NASA shill, and Rumpus interrupted.
Well,
I
I've got
do
a
believe.
diagram demonstrating exactly what
That's
they were
what I'm talking about.
We don't care about the
Let them have a back and
diagram.
forth,
We don't
Rumpus.
care,
Stand back for a
Rumpus.
minute and
We
let
need
Bev and
you to
Nessa,
stop.
paid Nessa Shill go at it for a minute. Let's hear what they have to say.
Okay,
Would you
paid
mind?
nasty shill. You're at one end of a water level, let's say a mile water level. Just a big long tube, 1 mile long. And you're at one end of it. The other end, you said, drops. Well, then we're gonna leave the water level exactly where it is, and we're gonna walk to the other end that had a drop on it. What happens when you get to the other end, to the end that you were at, that was higher, obviously, because there was a drop? What happens when you get there?
You don't understand this is relative, do you?
I'm asking you, what happens to the water
it's
level
absolute?
when you are standing on the other end of it, please?
You're not. Whenever you stand on the globe, you are at the top of the ball.
Just standing
If you
at the end
move
of a
to the
water
other
level.
position, you're still at the top of the ball.
Okay, so what happens to the
What's
other
that?
end of the water level, please?
What do you mean what happened to the other end? It stayed there exactly where it was. You changed your position. That doesn't change
you
the
said
water
there
level.
was a
What do you think
drop.
it
There
does?
isn't a physical drop?
Well,
What
there's a physical
percentage?
drop.
There was a drop at the end when you first stood there. You
No.
said
The drop.
there is a drop.
You're measuring two places with a water level, right?
Yeah, just I got one
So
water
basically,
level.
you're measuring
yes.
the arc. So you're measuring two places
No.
at the arc.
No.
So there'd be
Drop.
an arc in between.
Drop. You said.
No, you're not, don't. So wait a minute. The thing is mile
You said
long,
drop. Yes.
We were
Is it a
talking
mile
about
long?
the dip
Yes,
angle. We were
drop.
talking about the dip angle, not the
No.
drop. We were talking about the dip
Drop.
angle to
He
the
said
Rumpus.
drop.
Stop
Shut
it.
up. Percent has
Yeah,
been
WAS is showing you. Look.
Yeah.
Stop
Drop.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Drop.
It doesn't. Wherever you are on the globe, everything is also relative to you.
You said it. You're always on the top before.
That's correct.
Right. So there is a drop.
Yeah. There'd also
Yeah.
drop from the
So
other
when
position,
you move
'cause
to
you're now at
the
top
other
again.
end, is there a drop
Yeah, but
again
you're
to
still
the
at the top.
beginning?
Yes.
Yes.
It-
So
well,
there's
what-
a drop
it's
both
like-
ways.
It's like
It
going.
depends.
So you're
it
saying. So what you're
depends-
saying is.
Go on.
How do you measure the drop?
No, go on. All right. No, wait a minute. He was saying
Wait a
something.
minute,
Can
so
you let him
if I
finish,
walk-
Rumpus, please?
If I walk to the pharmacist, I walk to the chemist, and I walk back, what changes, huh?
Yeah, say your water level goes from home to the chemist, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so
So?
you're saying from home to the chemist, say it's a mile, there's an 8-inch drop as you walk to the chemist. So
Okay.
now you are 8 inches lower. That water is 8 inches
you're
lower.
not. You moron.
Rumpus, stop interrupting.
No, she's interrupting here.
Stop.
You don't understand.
She was
No,
asking him.
they don't. They really
So
don't
what
understand.
happens, NASA, if you're already 8
Okay.
inches lower than where you were at the beginning?
No, that's
when you
that's a
walk
drop.
back
But,
along
but
that
you,
water
the
level,
problem here is you need to talk about the sagittal, not the drop.
That's a hump.
No.
That's a hump.
Think about what we're saying.
I know what you're saying, but you
Think
don't
about it.
understand what you're saying.
NASA,
don't
Jill, don't do that.
Simple.
I
Okay,
really
how do you
do.
know that there's a
You're
drop? How do you
conflating
measure?
drop with hump.
You
Like,
don't
wait.
understand the difference between a horizontal and drop and level. Level, you're still the same distance from the center of the earth. So when you go to the shops,
We're just
assuming
talking
you
about
haven't
water
already
level,
got to anything,
Rumpus.
well, let's suppose there was a piece of water that joined you to the shop. You would be exactly the same.
A piece of water, says Rumpus. This is where the terminology gets a little bit strange with Rumpus. He's under a bit of pressure. Paid NASA Shill's got a double drop, but it's a bit awkward to say that out loud, right? Because it makes you sound a little bit silly. The infinite drop. You walk from one place to the other, you're going down, and then you turn around and you go back again, and you're also going down. Then you turn around and go back again, you're going down again. It's an infinite drop. Once you bring this relativity part of it into it, a water level is always down. You're on the top of the ball. Wherever you go, everything is down. Always down, below, underneath the horizontal in their ideas. Gets a little bit hard. Yeah, Brad's saying there, yeah. Of course it is, Brad. But look how hard it is for people to understand this and talk about it. I don't have a double drop. It sounds ridiculous. To me, level is horizontal. Neither of them have any slope. There's no downwards to either level or horizontal in my world, in reality as well. In my reality, I know that level and horizontal are the same. Listen to the avoidance that goes on here.
Same elevation at those
White
two
Knight.
points.
So the
But
water
there'll be-
level's going to be the same then, Rumpus, right? There's no
That's
drop.
correct. The water level's the
There's
same.
no
So
drop.
what?
Tell NASA Shill there
You said
is
there was
no
a
Yeah, the water
drop.
level will be the same.
The drop is relative to the local
Yeah,
horizontal.
'cause it's
Relative to
horizontal.
where? The drop is relative to where you are.
whole
If
lot.
you go to the different position, the drop is still
No,
relative to
drop-
where you are.
There's no drop.
no
There's
matter
no
where you
drop.
are.
So the drop isn't
It should
physical,
be
it's
there.
optical?
The drop is physical.
What,
So what
the,
the- I mean,
no, Rumpus, you just
right?
said there's no
You
drop.
can measure it. I
What's
just told
going
you how
on?
to measure it.
How do you measure it? You go to this location where the drop should be. How do you measure it?
Rumpus, he's saying that there's a drop, Rumpus.
Right. Shill,
You go to this location where the drop should be. How do you measure it?
Okay, I would need like a
It does sound like a bit like Mike Jones is going on with Wally and whatever. They're like below. They're simultaneously below each other, right? From each end, the other end is below 8 inches, if it's a mile, of the water level. This is, it's been a long going thing, but Rumpus seems to think that other people don't really understand it. I mean, it does sound a little bit strange when you get it, but this is a necessity on the dogmatic globe. 8 inches per mile squared. It's a formula. McToon says it's the drop formula. It works for drop. So if you've got a water level, has two ends, point A and point B. Point A is lower than point B if you're stood at point B. But if you stand at point A, then point B is below point A. Depending on where you're stood, and obviously if somebody else stands at A and you stand at B, then A is lower than B, whilst B is lower than A. It's quite simple. But it gets hard for certain people to be able to say that, because it does sound ridiculous when you say it. And look how hard they fight for it. Listen.
infinitely strong ruler or something that could go a mile
Strong
cantilevered
ruler.
out.
Why?
And then it could measure from that point and
So
have it be tangent at the
Is
point I
there
left,
a
and I could
drop
measure.
in the water level or not?
No.
No.
No, because
it's
the
gone.
water is always the
It's
same
gone.
distance from the center of the
It's
earth.
always horizontal. There's no drop.
Terms, it's Shill. Can you look at my diagram here? If you imagine the water level at the observer's position here, and then at the the point down here, there is a drop.
There is a drop now. Is there?
You would need a mile long.
Rumpus.
You would need a mile long straight edge.
Shill, can you see by definition the drop is defined by the
drop.
local horizontal.
Again, drop, Rumpus.
Stop
Okay,
interrupting.
hold up, Shill. You said you would need a
Yeah,
mile
you said
long
level
straight edge.
was- there was no
Is
drop.
there any
Can you see the contradiction in this? I mean, I know it. I have to keep pausing it because it does my head in, listening to so many voices talking at the same time. But Rumpus keeps saying drop, and then he said that to NASA Shill that there is no drop, but then he says drop. It's one of the most obvious contradictions that you ever see, but This is what Rumpus does. This is how they work. Contradict themselves. You have to be able to contradict yourself, otherwise there is no globe. The globe relies, the dogmatic globe, not the real globe. The dogmatic globe relies on contradictions. Sorry, is that you going, Paper? No, are you talking there, Paper?
No. Yes, you are right. The same thing is with down and whatever they say, because it becomes meaningless. So it doesn't matter if this drop is or there is no drop. It doesn't matter. It completely doesn't matter.
Yeah, the only thing is that Rumpus manages to be able to shout a few ad homs, insult people, and put people down. It gives Rumpus the impression, to everybody else as well, that he knows what he's talking about, when in actual fact he's just contradicting himself. And I think he's giving people paralogisms in order that they can rely on his paralogisms to get them out of these arguments. And you can see that the way that they're working together, Paid NASA, Shill and Rumpus, they're supporting each other by keep deflecting the conversation. It's very interesting when you look back at these videos and see what everybody had to go through.
And these contradictions are based on what Paid NASA Shill said at the beginning, that you are always on the top of the ball.
Mm-hmm.
So if you are always on the top of the ball, it means that if you are going from one end of water level to another end of water level, you are going from top to top. And you are always on the top. So through all the path you are making from one end to another end, you are always on the top. So drop is everywhere.
Yeah, the drop is relative to where you are.
Yeah.
What you do is you give yourself the superpower, even, right, to control where the high point of the water level is. A water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane. But with this idea in your mind, you can become the controller of the high spot of the water. You're always at the highest point. You can place yourself on top of the ball. Call it on top of the world. You make yourself the highest spot. You are the highest. Does that sound like anything else? That it does to me.
Yes, like this René Descartes pointing at himself.
Yeah, yeah. I am the highest. Interesting.
Feasible, like realistic.
So is there a drop or
to
not?
measure it.
Moderator!
Chill.
Physically?
Yeah.
Physically?
Feasible.
Probably not.
realistic
No, I don't
method
think
of
so.
measuring it.
Can you see
I don't
that
think
It's
so, not
horizontal,
physically.
isn't it?
Because
There's
there's
no drop.
feasible
There's
method
no
to
drop.
prove if there's a drop.
Oh no, there's optical methods you could do it. You could do it with a theodolite quite easily.
The what? You could you measure the drop with a theodolite? The
Yeah,
drop
you
that
could
isn't a
with
drop.
theodolite.
Yeah, and straight lines in spherical geometry on the surface of a sphere are curved.
Is that the geometry we use in reality,
Yeah, that's what we've got
Rumpus?
the problem with.
Is that what we use
well,
in
okay,
reality,
depends
Rumpus?
it depends what you wish to talk about.
Rumpus,
It's not.
Rumpus,
it's not-
please.
if you're
Just answer
talking
the... Did you hear that? It seemed to come out the middle of nowhere, right?
Maybe I missed that because too many people shouting.
Yeah. Drop with a theodolite. The
Yeah,
drop
you
that
could
isn't a
with
drop.
theodolite.
Listen for
Yeah, and
Rumpus.
straight lines in spherical geometry on the surface of a sphere are curved.
Is that the straight lines?
In spherical geometry.
Geometry
Yes.
on the surface of a sphere are curved.
Yes, and this is this
Not
originates from this refraction.
No, it's just
So
he's
it's
saying
needed.
that straight lines are curved.
Yeah.
So they're not straight lines.
Mm,
They're curved
uh,
lines.
yeah,
How could you call it straight after saying that they are curved? If they're curved, they're not straight.
Yes. So this is just contradiction in action.
It's like it's almost like a vacuous statement, isn't it? It means nothing. And when you hear it, how much time do you have to process the nonsense?
Yeah, this is deceptive because if Rumpus is talking about straight line, you never know if he's talking about real straight line or curved line.
Mm-hmm.
And vice versa. If he's talking about curve, like, for example, curve of the Earth, you never know. Maybe he's talking about straight line or plane. You never know.
One more try for this. Could you measure the drop with a theodolite? The drop isn't a drop.
Yeah, and straight lines in spherical geometry on the surface of a sphere are curved.
Is that the geometry we use in reality,
That's what we've got
Rumpus?
the problem with.
Is that what we use in reality, Rumpus?
It depends what you wish to talk about.
Rumpus. Right, so there's the question. He's just blurted it out. Straight lines in spherical geometry are curved. Simple question. Is that what we use in reality, Rumpus? Or have you just said that for no meaning whatsoever? Have you just thrown a vacuous statement in there with no meaning because it doesn't apply to reality? It just means nothing. Let's see whether Rumpus answers this. Is it used in reality, spherical geometry?
It's not.
Rumpus,
It's
please,
not. If you're
just answer the
talking about a map
question.
of yeah, I'm listening. I understand the question. It depends what you're doing if you're messing around with maps, then that is relevant. But in the 3D world, straight lines are not curved.
There you go. In the 3D world, that's reality where we all live. Straight lines are not curved. Yet in spherical geometry, straight lines are curved, he says. And so in reality, straight lines aren't curved. So what was the point in him saying in spherical geometry, straight lines are curved?
So it means that spherical geometry is unreal.
It's not in reality, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So there's no need for him to say it. It's just a vacuous statement that some person just decides to blurt out. It's one of those things, I call these the ECV moments, right? There's no need for him to say it, but in order to just confuse the shit out of people, you just blurt out a statement that has no meaning in order to confuse your opponent. But I don't think it was intentionally. I think it's just Rumpus having a brain fart. He can't control his brain. He's stuck. And he has to say something that means nothing in the efforts to change and obfuscate the conversation. Right, in reality, straight lines are straight.
If in reality you're referring to a map, when you say
No,
reality, if you mean
like
3D
reality,
world,
like the reality that we all live in, right? All of us.
We use
yes.
maps. We use maps, but if you're referring to I'm moving around in 3D space,
yeah,
then
and
the straight
surveying
lines
type
are
stuff,
not
yes.
curved.
Right, okay. So if we're surveying and we're using a horizontal, that's definitely a straight line, isn't it? Like a real straight line,
yes,
like
yes.
not
Yes.
curved line at all. It's a
Yes.
straight line.
Yes.
Okay.
Well done.
Yes.
You asked
Well
the
done
gay
for
Glover-
pointing
asked
out
the
that
gay
1 plus
Glover
1
what
is
their
equal to 2.
sexuality is.
Okay, now last question. The water level has 2 points at each end where the water level is. Now, if you were to join one end of that point of the water level to the other end of the point of the water level, would that be a straight line?
course it was. This is what I drew this about, what, an hour ago for you?
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Rumpus.
And I drew this for you an hour ago. Why are you
I know
suddenly
you did.
discovering
You
this?
drew a load of other lines there as well.
Yes,
It got
and
really
you
convincing.
seem to confuse. Yes,
yeah,
the
it did.
line. There is a line drawn between the two levels. It's a straight line, as
You do
exactly as I
realise
drew it.
he's only saying one line.
No, he had 3 lines.
Yeah.
Okay, let me show you. Okay, if you see.
Oh,
nothing
no,
wrong with that,
no,
I
we
will-
don't need to see it. It's just one
No,
line.
you're
We
not
know
allowed
what
to show
one
us anything.
straight line looks like. We definitely know that.
Right, there we go. Here, I'm sharing it
And
now.
that would be called a level line, and it would be straight, right, Rumpus?
Yes, and you moron. If you remember what I said, that is the horizontal for the midpoint between the two levels. You moron.
Okay. So, okay, but it's a straight line.
As I'm sharing now,
Okay.
you didn't understand, even though I think you willfully misunderstood. I mean, you can't be this stupid. I mean,
No,
perhaps you
it's
can.
all right,
It's
Rumpus.
difficult to know,
It's
really.
all right, Rumpus. Don't worry.
So here
Calm down.
I've got on screen here the diagram I was showing you earlier,
fine.
and there we have the two pots,
Yep.
and I drew a
They're
line
not
between
pots,
them,
it's just a water
and
level,
I drew a
Rumpus.
line between them with the pink line.
Right, you're about to hear this now. Rumpus calls them pots. They're not pots. It's just a water level, right? You're only concerned about the water at each end. But listen to the other people that are around. Tell us what you think.
Line was the line
Hey.
drawn between the two levels, and that is the horizontal for the midpoint between the two pots.
I have one question. What would happen if you lifted C just a little bit?
That wouldn't change anything.
What?
What? A water level, Rumpus?
If you lifted C?
Yes,
Let's say you
the
lifted
water-
C. If you
the
lifted
water-
C just 4 inches, what would happen to A?
The water would balance in
The water would still be level. There would still be level between them. You wouldn't change the angles of the levels.
The angles
It's your
of
water
the
level.
Would flow
levels.
because they're joined
So
by
Rumpus
the side.
obviously has no idea how water level
You don't know.
works.
Oh my God, you're stupid.
Where's the angles,
water,
Rumpus?
The water level would not change. As you move this pot up, water would
It
flow.
would. If you move one
into
end of the
there,
water
and the
level, yes, it
angles-
does change.
And the angles,
Yes.
the water would not change between them.
Then you definitely practically don't know how the water level works.
No, I
If
do.
you
You
lifted,
just speak-
if you
you're just a
lifted
moron.
C, if you
Look,
lifted
let me draw it.
C,
Okay, let me
A
draw it
would
for you.
rise.
Let me draw it for you. I will now move
No,
up C for you, moron.
Rumpus, don't
Here we
don't
go.
draw
So I
it.
moved up
You've
C,
just proved to us you don't know a fucking thing about
The
it.
water level
The
in
book,
C would
you
be
must have
listen,
missed a page
stop
in your water
interrupting,
level
twat.
book.
Stop interrupting, twat. So the water level in C would go down, and the water
He
level
hasn't-
in A would
It was
be
lifting it
quiet.
up.
The
Why would
water
it go
level in A
down?
would go up. The
I think your
water
time
level
here
in
is
A-
finished, Rumpus.
The water
Dude.
level in A would go up, and they would maintain their relative angles. It's very
Angles?
Go, Rumpus.
Rumpus.
The idea for water level is that it's level, right? That's what you guys say.
Rumpus, just listen, man. Is the pink line parallel to the tangent line?
Well, this line here is indeed the same as that, parallel to this line. Yeah, that one.
Right, okay.
Welcome to
So they're
Flat
both horizontal then. Well, thank you very much. Horizontals
Yeah,
are
thank you.
parallel.
Here
Well done.
is the
Rumpus
horizontal
just
for this
proved
you.
one
flat Earth
here.
course.
You just said that water level is horizontal. Welcome to Flat Earth.
No,
Yeah, I don't get that either. Why does the water level being horizontal mean flat Earth? Because it doesn't, does it?
It
I
is
mean,
non-
that's one of the
non
ridiculous
sequitur.
things that somebody just says, yeah.
Yes.
Just because some random says something doesn't mean that that's a thing, right? Don't believe people that say that sort of stuff because there's no justification for it. He's not proved anything.
But still, Rumpus shows that he has no clue about how water level works. If you rise one end, the other will rise to equalize.
Have you seen the picture of his water level on a 45-degree slope? He thinks that's a horizontal
Yes.
with a
yes.
water level. It's obviously not how a water level works. And everybody should be able to see that, but this is the sort of caliber of stuff that Rumpus comes out with in on Brandon's. So just be aware that that's the sort of stuff that you have to go with Rumpus. And if you don't agree with Rumpus's delusions of how water levels work, then, well, you know what Rumpus does. You know how Rumpus talks to people. If you don't agree with this delusion, it's Rumpus.
Water levels are not horrible, they're level.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Why have you got horizontal wrote all over them?
Parallel.
He's like, they don't have horizontal, yet he's got a water level here. It says horizontal, horizontal, horizontal. There's 3 points. They're all horizontal. Yet he says water levels don't give a horizontal. I mean, I know he's got it on a massive tilt. You have to crick your neck to look at it properly. But yeah, he's got horizontal wrote all over it and then says it's not horizontal. And you're the one that doesn't understand. This is serious, psychological. Like, I mean, can you imagine if he had children? Do you think Rumpus would be like this if he had children? Do you think he'd be like this with them? Because they'd be seriously messed up.
Yeah, that would be a problem.
Yeah. I mean, I hope he doesn't have children. But, I mean, I wouldn't. That might be why we're so messed up in today's society, right? There are people out there like Rumpus. And if any of those people have talked to children like this, like Rumpus is talking, and gaslighting like this, well, yeah, I'm guessing that this is the way that you have to be brought up in today's society. I hope not, but
simple. I mean, I can't believe you are either very
you've
stupid.
got horizontal
Rumpus,
wrote all over
that
it.
Connects the two water levels is level. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not level. It's a horizontal line. Horizontal is not level.
Welcome to Flat Earth, bro. All I can
Oh
say.
my God,
Rumpus, you just keep digging yourself.
terrible,
Shut
man.
up.
Globe, that line that's
Sorry,
connecting
mate.
them, that pink line should be
Holy
curved.
shit.
It should follow the curvature of the Earth if you're a globe
Why
earther.
it's not a flat Earth, because horizontal and level are not the same thing. Level, remember?
Why
Except
did
it
you?
is right now, 'cause you're
Why
saying
did
that
you
water
got
level is
3
horizontal.
lines there labelled? You've got horizontal 1, 2, 3, pointing to the same line.
No, I'm not.
Yes, it is.
It's
straight line.
Oh,
The right line, man.
He's talking about local horizontals there.
Let me make.
Look, he does. He has 3 horizontals pointing to the same line. Yet he's going to say that that line isn't horizontal. I mean, it isn't horizontal. But in order for you to believe that it's not horizontal, you have to just completely miss. You have to believe that Rumpus is just bullshitting. I mean, yes, it's not horizontal. A horizontal goes from left to right across the page. So does Rumpus labeling that horizontal line, that line, with 3 bits that says horizontal, make you believe it's not horizontal, like Rumpus wants you to believe?
No, because it is depicted as water level, I think, here. So there are 2 ends. So we can only say that picture image is tilted. But if it depicts reality, it means that this line is horizontal, in fact. So 1 horizontal, of course. So it is horizontal, even if
it's a
this
straight
picture
line.
is tilted.
Yeah.
Straight line between 2 ends of water level. Yeah,
It's just tilted the entire picture.
yeah, tilted picture, but it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm. Well, listen to Rumpus now.
One straight line there, brother. I will now put these in different colours for Bev. Why are you paying for the colours? So there you go, Bev.
It's like a rainbow.
But they are not pointing at the same thing.
But that pink line is
The 3 lines,
connecting
man.
the levels of the water, right? It's water level, right?
just get this absolutely right so the Bev doesn't get confused again.
It's the same straight line, Rumpus.
Rumpus.
Those
the pink line is
arrows
water level,
are
right?
pointing at different lines. That's right. So
Same straight line, Rumpus.
here we go. You
Bev,
should,
remember what I was telling you about
they
delusion?
together,
Look at the level they go to.
There it is, brother.
because they're
Oh
quite
my
close
goodness.
together. These are 3 different horizontals. So I'll put that on.
Can you just put some right angles in that on that line in the centre? Because, like, where is that 90 degrees? Where's the right lines in there, Rumpus?
Yeah, where?
You see what he's done there now? He's just moved all of the arrows so they're not pointing at the same straight line. Because that's how you work when you're dealing with Rumpus. Somebody points out something that he does, he changes it and calls you a moron for pointing out what he
this
was
is his
talking about.
method. Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Totally globe, right? Totally dogmatic globe.
Where are the right lines?
Which
I'm about
You're gonna get fired, Rumpus.
clearer for you. So let's.
Did
draw...
Jesse tell you to do this, Rumpus? Did Jesse put you up to this?
No, I don't have.
No, I think it was Bilu.
Wow, look at this. See how many lines you can get on there, Rumpus. See if you can... Oh, well, look at this. Wow. Oh, have you made a mistake, Rumpus? Have you?
Rumpus, just listen, man. Is the pink line parallel to the tangent line?
Well, this line here is indeed the same as that, parallel to this line. Yeah, that one.
Right, okay.
Welcome to
So they're
Flat Earth.
both horizontal then. Well, thank you very much. Horizontals are parallel.
Here
Well done.
is the horizontal for this
Thank you.
one here.
You just said that water level is horizontal. Welcome to Flat Earth.
No,
should've
the
copyrighted that.
water levels are not horizontal; they're level.
Oh Lord, have
Why
mercy.
have you got horizontal wrote all over the...
Parallel.
It's very simple. I mean, I can't believe you are either very
You've
stupid.
got
or...
horizontal
Rumpus, are you saying
wrote
the
all
line
over
that
it.
connects the 2 water levels is level? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not level. It's a horizontal line. Horizontal is not level.
Welcome to Flat Earth, bro. All I can
Oh
say.
my
Wow.
God,
Just
Rumpus.
Rumpus, you just keep digging yourself.
terrible,
Shut
man.
up.
That globe or that line that's
Sorry,
connecting
mate.
them, that pink line should be
Holy
curved.
shit.
It should follow the curvature of the Earth if you're a globe
Why
earther.
it's not a flat Earth because horizontal and level are not the same thing. Level, remember?
Why
Except
did
it
you...
is right now because
Why
you're saying
did
that
you
water
got
level is
3
horizontal.
lines there labelled? You've got horizontal 1, 2, 3 pointing to the same line.
No, I'm not. Oh,
Yes, it is.
No,
And
okay.
Yeah, man.
it's
Straight line.
Oh,
The right line, man.
What
He's
the
talking
hell
about
is
local
wrong with
horizontals
you,
there.
Rumpus?
Let me
That is
make
one
it clear
straight
then.
line there, brother.
I will now put these in different colours for Bev. Because he
Why are
thinks
you
they
paying
would
for
want
the
same
colours?
thing. So there you go, Bev. That
Is
should
it
like a
make it clear
rainbow.
to you
Pink line?
that they are not pointing at the same thing.
But that pink line is
The 3 lines,
connecting
man.
the levels of the water, right? It's water level,
Let me
right?
just get this absolutely right so the Bev doesn't get confused again.
It's the same straight line, Rumpus.
Rumpus.
Those
The pink line is
arrows
water level,
are
right?
pointing
Man.
at
Now he's
different
not pointing
lines.
at the
That's
straight
right.
line.
So, now,
Same straight line, Rumpus.
here we go. You
Bev,
should,
remember what I was
it's
telling you
because
about
they're close
delusion?
together,
Look at the level they go to.
There it is, brother.
because they're
Oh
quite
my
close
goodness.
together. These are 3 different horizontals. So I'll put that on.
Can
I'll
you
put
just
this-
put some right angles in that on that line in the centre? Because, like, where is that 90 degrees? Where's the right lines in there, Rumpus?
Yeah, where are the right lines?
Which are
I'm
the...
about
You're
to
gonna get fired, Rumpus.
clearer for you.
Right,
So
now,
let's
did
draw-
Jesse tell you to do this, Rumpus? Did Jesse put you up to this?
No, I don't have.
No, I think it was Bilu.
Wow, look at this. See how many lines you can get on there, Rumpus. See if you can... Oh, well, look at this. Wow. Oh, have you made a mistake, Rumpus? Have
For
you?
you, Bev, because you either are too stupid to understand them.
Damn.
Yeah, definitely. It'll be me. But it definitely have to be me that's too stupid, won't it, Rumpus? I mean, what's going on
This
here?
is like a Frankenstein drawing, man.
You are very stupid.
I'll give you props for not getting caught in infinite drop.
How many dead models did you have to piece together to make this one?
Rumpus, what are you doing now? What's the difference between the pink lines and the red line and the blue line?
So there we go. Let me just make this a bit clearer for everybody.
Yeah, it looks real fucking clear.
Yeah, that's definitely cleared it up for us, Rumpus. Cheers.
What is this mess, dude?
Easy
I wonder how
peasy.
long he's just gonna change his colours and shit. So
Is
he
nobody
can't-
going to come and save you, Rumpus? I mean, what's going on?
Rumpus, man, I love you. You're the best.
Right, so there we go. So hopefully Bev can now count beyond one. I'm going to appreciate there are 3 lines here.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
a green line, which
Oh, it's
represents
definitely clear which all of these ones are, isn't it?
Hey, I see a hump
represents the
there.
Yeah.
horizontal for this one. The blue line represents the horizontal for this one. And in the middle, we have a pink line, which represents the horizontal for the point. Which I'm gonna talk about.
Oh, is that looks like it's measurable, Rumpus.
Look at that hump on A.
So there we
Definitely
go.
measurable, that Rumpus, right?
So there we have 3.
Definitely measurable, isn't it,
hydrostatic
Rumpus?
We have 3 different points.
Yeah,
What
that
scale
looks
are
like
we
it's
working on
measurable,
here?
Rumpus.
I don't see
By the
any
center
scale
point?
on this thing.
What? I'm
Thank
confused by
you,
the center
Rumpus,
point,
for
where
the
you have the
colours.
pink one,
I
and then you have
appreciate
where
It's
the
it's
green
1
and blue one
mile.
meet.
That
Can you
look at
explain the
this.
difference?
There's a measurable bit in the middle there, Rumpus. You
Oh,
can-
there's a mile. Yeah. Okay.
yeah, he's,
Right.
he's
Rumpus,
doing a
can you
method,
explain what's
right,
going on at point
Rumpus?
D?
When can we do this test, Rumpus? Sounds like a great test. Look at that measurable thing there at horizontal 2. How much do you reckon that could measure? You could put a
Yeah, can
tape
you zoom
measure
into
there, couldn't you,
horizontal
and
2?
see that?
Zoom into horizontal 2 and explain what's going on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, horizontal 2 needs a little bit of an explanation.
That would be
going
where
on
the horizontals intersect, right, Rumpus?
That's horizontal, and that's horizontal
Wait,
too.
the pink one or the other one?
That you arrange them, well, they wouldn't intersect actually.
Can you see what's going on here? We've got a water level that originally had a horizontal, and now we've developed 3 lines on a water level. You see why Rumpus wants to have an interactive drawing? Because he can just change it whenever he wants. This is what occurs in the mind of a dogmatic globe believer, because there is no set understanding of whether a Wallace or the drop or the nutsack drop, right? Whether you've got a rumpus pole or you've got your quarter rumpus pole in the middle inverted because it's got a hump. Nobody knows. There's nobody to be able to state what exactly occurs on the dogmatic globe model. And it leads to things like this. Look at it. It's a mess. And that's Rumpus trying to explain a water level. Like one of the most basic tools there could possibly be. The easiest thing to understand. Yet, look at what Rumpus is doing. And listen to the way Rumpus is talking to people about this. And then ask yourself, is that normal? Is the way this person reacts, and bear in mind he's an adult.
To that point, they don't
What do you
actually.
Can you zoom in there? Just explain the gap and explain
Them
what's going on.
horizontals on your drawing definitely intersect, Rumpus. They definitely do.
The blue line and the green line will intersect.
Rumpus, can you get a surveyor to measure horizontals intersecting like that?
Yes, you can. I mean, just the main surveyor's done exactly.
No, they're not fucking surveyors,
zoom
man.
in
They're
where that
YouTubers.
pink arrow points a little bit?
Surveyors.
That's nice, yeah, nice
Like
good
you
claim
are.
that, right, Rumpus? So they'll be able to come and back that up. Who was
Yeah.
that again, Rumpus? Who was that? The main
Bring him in.
surveyor. Is he a
Bring him in.
YouTuber?
Jessica Clark done the same thing. Doesn't make
Jessica's
sense.
like. So there you go. Rumpus has said this mess that he's made can be supported by 2 people. A guy that may or may not live in Maine, probably not, because he's lying shit. Definitely not a surveyor. And the famous Jesse Kozlowski, who's also done a Jesse Kozlowski. Fucked off. So the 2 people that can support Rumpus, as claimed by Rumpus, within this great arena, are nowhere to be seen. They're just not around anymore. Unable to actually back up Rumpus's words. I mean, I'm not saying that's the reason they're not around anymore, just because they had to back up Rumpus's bullshit, right? They're the only two-cited sources that Rumpus could give that could back him up, and now they're not even around. There's no connection, or there might be a connection. I mean, I don't know. You might have to ask Rumpus. But, yeah, they're the people that have been claimed to do these fantastic things, and no surprise that they're not around anymore. Bowski as well. Nice.
Bring him in. Why are you representing them? Because you don't know shit.
What the main surveyor Jessica Kozlowski has done, because this, for instance, if you think of this as being
but all you've done is read a textbook, and here you're representing them. Why are they so fucking scared they can't come over here and represent themselves?
They don't happen to be.
They got to send a moron like you in here to defend them?
Theodolite? What have you got a theodolite there for? We're just talking about water level, Rumpus. What are you doing?
Rumpus, I have a simple question.
Here being the...
Look, he's adding a theodolite in now as well. I mean, it's just a water level. For fuck's sake. Highly, I mean, you get used to these conversations, but there comes a time where you have to step aside from this, because you've got to realise that this is a load of bullshit.
Horizontal for that particular theodolite. And
Well,
then
it's theodolite, it's a water level, Rumpus.
No, I turned it into a theodolite.
Why?
So
Rumpus,
now
I have a simple question, bro. From the pink line.
He turned it into a theodolite.
Yeah, magic.
Mid-conversation, because it looks like it's a mess. And he just, poof, turns it into a theodolite. 3 lines.
And the green line and the blue line, and where they all intersect, where is the water level?
He doesn't fucking know now.
They don't intersect. They're only the blue and the green intersect at this point here.
The horizontals, that's where the horizontals intersect.
Which one is the water level?
The water level is in A and C. And
No,
A
I mean
and C
between them.
locations.
Yeah.
So what's
you're
your
going to draw the water level between them, like the line that...
I've extended this. What this green line is the water level extended for A, and this blue line is the water level at C.
Is this what you imagine happens, Rumpus?
So that's where the levels intersect. Then.
You have 3 water levels, Rumpus.
Yeah,
Can you prove this, Rumpus?
Complete overlap.
Wow.
Has he ever used the water level practically?
Never. Hell no.
Rumpus, the
Rumpus.
water level should have complete overlap. I don't
Damn,
understand why you have
he talks
different
all
water
the time.
levels.
Yeah.
Why don't I have what? Sorry.
I'm saying the water level should have complete overlap. The lines of the water level, there should only be one that overlap each other. There shouldn't be multiple water level lines.
We've got 2 water levels, therefore. Well, I've made it bigger.
That's
They
one. Rumpus, that's one water level.
There's
One.
one water level here, but water levels
Singular.
give you the horizontal. If you look along the joiner line between
No,
the
you
two.
don't look.
All right. So let's say
I need some qualification on if he's ever used one practically.
Finish. The water level I've drawn
Rumpus,
in.
can you prove this to us instead of just drawing a little crayon drawing?
Can we get that clarification,
You never
Rumpus?
stop. I mean,
Have
I
you
can't
ever
even word
used
it.
one?
Let me clarify real quick. Rumpus.
Yeah,
instead of
that's
having
all you do.
We have 2 pots right now, right? Imagine you have
No,
one long
we don't
pot.
have 2 pots.
We do
right?
have 2 pots.
Percentage. Have you ever used a water
I'm
level
using
either?
I'm using his
Can I?
terminology.
Can I?
If you
No,
use
no, no,
terminology-
no. Can I? We just get
Percentage.
clarification, please. Can we get clarification? Have you ever used a water level, Rumpus?
No, I don't need to.
Okay. Percentage. Have you ever used a water level?
I said no.
No, I didn't ask. Are you called percentage as well, Rumpus?
He asked percentage.
Yes, I have, Bev, and I'm only said pots because that's the word that he knows, and I'm trying to,
Well, don't. He only knows it because he made it up because he doesn't know what a water level is.
So
Don't
those
appease
two-
him.
What do
So
you want
again,
to call
real quick, Rumpus, those 2 pots, imagine it's one long pot.
Percentage is now knowing that Rumpus has never used a water level, and just made up the term pots. Now, percentage is appeasing Rumpus by calling them pots. Why does anybody do that? Like, you've got somebody who's delusional that's used, never no understanding of something, yet you're going to appease them with their delusions just to pretend you can have a conversation with them. How well's that ever worked out before?
And draw the water level line.
One long pot. Why'd you do that, percentage?
One
long pot joining those two.
Yeah,
pots,
talk to the guy
right?
that doesn't know about
and make the
water levels, that has
line
never
there.
used water levels.
Hey, Rumpus,
and use what he wants.
Bev, why exactly are you policing what other people are saying in here? I mean,
Because we need qualification on if they've used one.
Percent.
Why are you defending Rumpus and jumping on Bev?
I'm just defending a Rumpus. I'm not defending Rumpus. The fuck
Rumpus,
you
I just want to know where the water
for
level
using
line
a
is.
term?
Percent. What is the question?
Yeah, so I want to know where the water level line is. So I want you to like instead of having two separate pots, have one long pot that joins.
Water level. One long pot. I mean, what the fuck does that even mean? Crazy, the sort of shit that we had to put up with. You're just trying to have a conversation about a water level. Crazy.
Span that entire distance and draw the water level line.
I've drawn the water level in green for A. I've drawn the water level for C in blue.
But water is level everywhere. It should be the same line.
Rumpus.
Those aren't the same line, so that's not the water level. Obviously, that's a horizontal of the water level in each pot. I want you to give us the water level for the entirety of it.
Level. Let me.
Did you hear that? Percentage says that's the horizontal for the water level in each pot.
Yes. So,
what's that though?
Because Rumpus is drawing these pots to show that level in each of the pots is different. And with
so you're
water
using
level...
pots as well?
No, I'm not using. I think that this is why Rumpus is drawing pots instead of just
it's a vial, isn't it?
Level.
It's a communicating vessel.
Yes.
That's what the thing is. So it's a water level. It's either a vial or the water level or a vessel. It's not a pot. Rumpus calls it a pot. There is no one else that uses pots. Please don't.
Yes, I understand that, but still, he is in this picture trying to show that the levels inside of these pots are not on one horizontal. This is why he is drawing these pots. Because otherwise you would have only this horizontal line between two ends. And he's trying to show that inside of these pots are different horizontals, let's say.
Yeah.
This is why he has drawn this drawing.
They're called communicating vessels, and it's the law of communicating vessels.
Yes, I agree. Yes,
right. And each end of a communicating vessel, there is not a pot.
Yes, I know. So this is just Rumpus' invention, not nothing about surveying, of course.
And I'm pointing out that in order for Percentage to communicate with Rumpus, what he's doing is he's completely ignoring me, saying, don't use something that somebody doesn't know what the tools are. Don't use their terms, because they've just made them up in their fictional imagination of what they imagine this tool is, because he's never used it. He doesn't know what the tool actually does. Doesn't know how it works. Doesn't know the physical laws that govern it. Yet Percentage decides to completely ignore that and parrot what Rumpus is saying. Now, once it happens that certain people do that, then other people pick up on it and they say the same thing as well. And before long, you'll get an entire arena of people parroting something that doesn't make any sense. It's not an actual term and nobody ever uses. Only the people within a certain arena that have heard somebody who's made up this term using.
Yes, but this is still nice strawman argument. Yes, and people can talk about that for years about bots. Yes, that this is good tactic in this arena, just to make things up and talk about them for years. Completely meaningless conversation.
Stefan Mudd says, well, I suppose 2 water level at distance. It's just 1, Stefan. It's 1 water level. It's called the law of communicating vessels. The vessels communicate with the water, the 1 water level. That's the point of this. It isn't like 2 spirit levels. It's not. It's 1 water level.
Yes, 1 body of water inside. Yeah.
All of the vessels communicate with each other to provide 1 level.
Let me show you what a level is. That's something you cleared up.
Rumpus, you don't know.
tube.
It's pretty clear, Rumpus. You don't know what it is.
I know exactly what it is. You don't know. You've not read a single textbook.
Oh, here he goes with the textbook.
Right, so here we go.
Textbook on water levels.
Textbook over practical use in reality.
Doing a different
Wow.
thing,
Here
Rumpus.
is a.
How the
here is
hell
the
do
level.
you envision that in your brain?
Here
Okay,
is the
so
level.
all right, we're getting somewhere, guys. We're getting somewhere.
Rumpus, did you
Here
hear me?
is another level. So I've got 2 levels I've drawn in here.
I guess you can't hear me.
Levels, and notice they're the same elevation around the all around the globe.
Okay, so the dashed line is the water level then.
The distance between the level and the center of the Earth is the same for all points. That is the definition level. This is something that Bev doesn't
All right,
understand.
Rumpus, can you?
So
do
you
the
have curved
second
water.
dashed line? We don't need the second one. So the first dashed line is the smaller dashed line. That one is the water level, correct?
That is it's a level. You can call it the water level, but it's so small, these little pots we've got here, that they're also level and horizontal.
Rumpus, can I say something real quick? You should have a even elevation, even altitude across the surface of the water, right?
It's very big. They
Yeah,
would
they never let you
follow
call it.
the dashed line. So in other words, if I had a huge pot, so a big swimming pool, say, let's suppose I created a swimming pool here.
Size doesn't matter, Rumpus.
Then the water level. Let me draw an enormous swimming pool here.
He doesn't want to.
Here we go. Enormous swimming pool I've drawn here. Let's make it a solid. And I make it really huge. And the water level would follow.
That's what she said.
The water level would be.
Yeah, we see it. That dashed line, that's the water level.
Correct. The dash
Now
line.
we have 4 water levels.
Hey, do you want the Ruhif numbers, Rumpus? Do you see if you agree with them? Let's go and get. I'll just go and get them. Put them in. Where do you want them? In general. I'll go and get the numbers for you. Right. See whether you agree with them, Rumpus.
One more horizontal for me, Rumpus. One more.
Is it
Maybe
in-ground
2.
swimming pool, Rumpus?
Yeah, Rumpus. Now that you're not, now that you're not talking, can I say something? Water is horizontal based on an even altitude of atmospheric pressure. Unless you have a curved air, you're not going to have curved water. Do you understand?
Do you understand that gibberish you just spouted?
Because you don't fucking know what I'm saying.
Perfect sense, Rumpus. Make perfect sense.
I've explained a level. That is what water. These dashed lines are what a water level would conform to. So I've built an airborne swimming pool
Drew a
here
diagram to discredit hydrostatic pressure.
of the. So let's put this. I'll put the boundaries of the swimming pool in here.
Can you put like a couple of babes in the swimming pool so we know it's a pool or something?
But true water level would be embedded in the earth, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I know.
Do you want to have a look at the numbers and check them, Rumpus, seeing as we've got horizontals intersecting?
Okay, I'll tell you what, I would draw.
Check the numbers, will ya?
Hold on, I'll be there in a second. I'm just going to draw
Then we
a swimming
can.
pool.
Yeah, draw the swimming
All
pool
it
inside
does
the
is
earth.
draw.
We know what we should be measuring then,
Fantastic.
right?
There we go. Let's just...
If reality was Rumpus's drawing, we would all be dead.
All right, there we go.
We have floating
Yeah.
swimming pools.
An even bigger pool. In fact, I'll make it an ocean. Why not make it an
This
ocean?
is gold right here. This is gold.
There you
Yeah,
go.
why not make
So
it
there
an
you are.
ocean?
So there's the
Same
surface
water
of the
level
water.
the whole way.
And you
Keep
see that's
going.
all level.
Jeez.
The top of that water is all level, which means it's curved, of course. That's
Level
different
is
from
curved.
horizontal because horizontals are straight lines. So who's
Oh.
asking me?
What?
Who's asking me a question?
What?
Contradicting
That's
yourself.
correct. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
Go and
that's-
check the
It's
numbers
confusing.
in the general, Rumpus. Just
Numbers for what?
the curve numbers or the drop numbers
My
or
God,
the
he really doesn't
hump
listen to
numbers.
anything,
It
does he?
depends what you want to do.
No,
How
I
do you,
don't.
how do you do your geometry,
Far out.
Rumpus?
Well, if you're asking me for the formula for drop, why are you giving me that? I know that.
No,
yes.
they're numbers. They're actual numbers, measurements, distances. You can put a tape
Calculations.
measure to.
So,
Right, well, just check them, will you?
you want me to check the numbers you've put in here for drop? Well, I can go to my spreadsheet and do
That
that.
Ruhi
Good.
gave us.
Ruhif gave us the
Yeah,
number.
we're particularly looking for the drop or Sagitta number for 200 meters, please.
Draw the drop numbers on the screen, please.
200 meters.
Okay, let me go and I will just bring up my spreadsheet and do that for you if you like.
Well,
draw 'em on
you
the
can
screen.
check, right? You check with the ones that
Oh.
we've got in the general chat.
Yeah, we could cross-check. That'll be good.
This is Ruhif. Ruhif's numbers, these ones for the 200 meters. So, okay. These are what I call the short numbers for drop. We were talking about it. It's how the rumpus pole, the short rumpus poles, the difference between horizontal and level, vertical change, height of the rumpus pole, the short rumpus poles. These we're talking millimeters, centimeters, sort of stuff. Getting rumpus
Right,
poles.
so
Ruhif's your boss, right? Is he the one that pays you, Rumpus?
So you want to know the drop, not all this, or do you want the bulge? Do you can want switching? Which do you want, the drop or the bulge?
We want the.
You
It's
pick
the
one.
same rumpus. Do you not know how your geometry works for your model?
I don't want your
Yeah,
balls.
that's all right. Yeah, just give us
Oh,
the
he
drop
knows. He
number
went to
for a
private school,
3.1 then,
but,
right?
Apparently,
Okay.
Rumpus went to the finest private schools.
Right, so what,
A boarding school, I believe.
He was the
Right,
best
Rumpus?
Drop.
colorer in class.
you want to know the drop
Yes.
for how far?
200 meters from your
Okay.
position at the start, 200 meters away, please. That would be 2 by 100 meter water levels for the Sly Sparkane method.
So the drop
Yeah.
for over a distance
Yeah.
of 200 meters.
Yeah.
Let's just, I'll show you what drop means, so I don't think you understand the difference. You clearly don't understand the difference between that and bulge.
Oh no, not another drawing. God.
No, I've got one ready prepared. I don't need to draw anything.
Just
I
we
didn't
all
make
know
any
what
candy
drop
notebook.
is, Rumpus.
No,
We
you
we
don't.
can tell.
No, you
Yes.
don't. Here we go.
Yes.
So here's what drop is. Here's a diagram of what
You
drop
measure it with a horizontal reference line.
So, in other words, it's the curvature of what. So, if we imagine you're on the surface
It's
of the
the
Earth,
amount
you're
the
low
water
horizontal.
level drops on your imaginary model from horizontal. We understand.
I'm telling you what drop is. So, if we have a point on the surface of the Earth here, the drop.
Give us the number,
of the
Rumpus.
Earth- the
200
drop of the
meters.
Earth is the distance from a local horizontal
Water
to
level. You see that? Everyone see the bits that Rumpus is doing there, where the drop is. Might be a little bit too much for people to see. But this is the original, what we've just been going over on the Midwest. This is the surface level, and these are the perpendiculars, that what we call the rumpus pole. It's the one I've been going around over all night. Rumpus, if you're looking, I think you could agree. These are the drop numbers, and this is how you derive them, like we said earlier, from that surface level. Midwest drew the surface level, and then you have a perpendicular. The geometric perpendicular call it the geometric vertical, the one that's perpendicular to the surface level. That's what he's showing there. Just wait for Rumpus to give the numbers up, and then we'll call it an
level.
Yeah.
So that
from
is
horizontal.
a drop.
Yeah.
So whereas bulge, which you seem to think was the same thing,
What number,
you're a moron.
Rumpus? Yeah, go
I'm
on.
going to tell you what bulge is. The bulge.
Don't show me your bulge, Rumpus.
Dude, look at the right line
What's-
geometry. Everything's
what's
in
the
reference
distance?
to a straight line.
This is painful.
What's the distance of his local horizontal?
Diagram that includes
Yeah, he
both
won't answer
bulge
that. I've already asked him.
drop, and Bev doesn't know the difference between them.
He
Apparently.
doesn't know how long his local horizontal is.
What is
He
it?
can't-
What
he
is
can't put a
local?
distance to it.
Distance here
What's the
is
distance?
bulge, and this distance here is
Look
the
how
drop.
he uses the
doesn't know
straight
the
lines,
distance.
the right lines to reference.
He doesn't
the curve.
even know the drop number.
There's the drop. And if you want the drop for 200 meters,
Yeah.
Bro, you gotta stop talking for a second.
is just
How long is
over
this for?
3 millimeters.
Christ.
Brilliant. That's
How long is
what
this
Ruhif got.
how long is this
3.1
hold on,
millimeters, right?
Correct.
Measurable. Like you could measure that, couldn't you, with a ruler?
Well, that would be quite difficult to do because you'd have to have a perfectly straight line to measure
Yes,
it
you
against.
can.
Yeah, you gotta have a straight
Just
line.
have a ruler. It's all right.
Well, that's where the distance of the local horizontal comes in.
Ruler that's straight over 200 meters. Do you have that? No, you don't.
Yeah, I can mark it with a pencil. Don't worry about the method, Rumpus. I'll do that. You could
do that.
definitely measure that, though, couldn't you?
Well, you'd have difficulty. You'd have
Why?
to do it optically. You'd have to do it optically.
No, I can mark a pencil mark, and I can mark another pencil mark, and I could tell if there was 3.1 millimeters difference between those two pencil marks.
How wide are your pencil
Surely.
marks?
What straight line are you measuring the 3 millimeters against?
Here's the thing. We've known for this for quite a while. There's a 3.1 millimeter difference. Many people have told us. Starkodder, Ruhif, and Rumpus. So, I mean, I don't know how many other people you need confirmation from. They've told us that there is a 3.1 millimeter drop. Now, this being reality, and it's 200 meters, it's obviously possible, once you learn of a method, to be able to measure this difference, 3.1 millimeters. Obviously, once you work out how geometry works. Now, it being measurable, that's all we need to know. Just trust that there is a method. Think about it for yourself. Just try and work it out. There is definitely a puzzle to be solved here. There's a measurement. How do you measure it? Do you need a 200 meter long straight line, or do you just need water levels? Is there a way that you can put water levels together for you to be able to do this? We call this process realizing Euclid. It's realizing a geometric process in reality, all based around this very subject. So let's see how Rumpus takes this. What do you mean?
What's the local horizontal with the water level?
Don't worry about the method, Rumpus. Leave that to us. We'll be
How wide are your
fine.
pencil marks?
Realize the problem. because you're a
What's the
moron.
distance of the horizontal?
His pencil is.
You would have to get. You would have
Exactly.
to create this
3
pink
millimeters,
line.
man. That's not a lot of...
This pink line, you would have to create this pink line, and then, this is exaggerated here, you would have to have that in place to then measure it down to the ground and then say, oh, this is 3 millimeters. But you need this mechanical thing here, unless you're going to do it optically.
Nah, you don't, Rumpus. You'll be fine.
Optically doesn't work.
Rumpus, what do you do with your eyes closed so you don't do it optically? I mean, damn, you got to open your eyes if you're going to do
What was it?
anything.
3 coplanar points.
Bam.
Wow.
Jeremy, did you have a question? Jeremy?
Right. Hopefully, we've now dealt
Hold
with
on.
the.
Hold on, Rumpus. Jeremy, did you have a question?
Yeah, how long is that local horizontal? Is it 10 feet, an inch? How long is the water?
Infinite.
An infinite. Oh,
That's
my
a
God.
long local.
Wow.
Holy
Local is
No
infinite.
way.
That's a very long local.
Horizontals are infinite.
Local horizontal is
I
infinite.
wasn't ready for that.
Can you say that again clear?
No, that was awesome.
They're parallel too, as well, aren't they?
Only at one point.
Jeremy, this local horizontal is a tangent.
Good job, Jeremy.
Space. It goes off to the other end of the universe. Why do you
I
think
mean,
it's
Rumpus always throws the curveballs at you. You never know what you're gonna get.
Local horizontal is infinite. We're done here, folks.
Game over.
Line goes on forever. You understand that?
Do you get that as well? Rumpus and the infinite horizontal point. If you want to know if somebody can contradict themselves and the state of somebody's mind, well, Rumpus holds the opinion that a horizontal is at a point. Horizontal at a point. But he's now extended that horizontal infinitely out to the extents of the universe. Rumpus, ladies and gentlemen, he's going to be doing a test called the RECT test. And that is a test that he's going to probably not do. But he's going to be doing it soon. But Rumpus soon is the same as like the difference between a horizontal and a horizontal. Like the two infinites, the point which means nothing, it's not that, and the infinite plane which goes on forever. Yeah, Stefan Mudd's joining in, part of Rumpus, and the horizontal at a point but infinite, the infinite point horizontal, which is that's a very dogmatic globe mindset, part of a worldview that you have to take on. It's a contradictory worldview, but that's a modern day. This has been learned for a long time, over centuries. It started with Bacon and the removal of deductive logic, and now it's ended up with a set of adults that are unsure. They're so contradictory that they think a horizontal is both a point and an infinite plane, interchangeably at the same time, both above and below a simultaneous point on the same horizontal. It's fantastic, really, when you think about it. But you've got to be careful not to lose your own mind whilst you're dealing with this sort of thing, because you can delve into it. It's like going down the rabbit hole. Alice in Wonderland. All sorts of Alice in Wonderland tactics to mess your mind up. You have to be able to keep control of it, because if you don't, you can easily be led by people. Like Stefan Mudd, he's just parroting what Rumpus says. He's parroting the dogmatic globe. Certain people have to do that. I mean, if there was nobody willing to do that, I call them dogmatic globe defenders. If there was nobody like that, then people would just be able to talk, and people like Rumpus would have nowhere to have their opinions shown. Okie dokie. So, thank you very much for joining us. Friday night, free for all. This weekend we will be possibly going live. I know I've got a fair few videos and stuff. I'm going to have to start working on putting them out. We're going to be doing the debunking Metabunk more. I've sent a message to Mick West. None of these guys seem to be bothered about it. I see there's a bit of a flaw. Rumpus is against it. I quite like the way that Mick West has set it up. It shows where the bunk is and where the parts that need to be debunking, but you need to be able to cast a critical eye upon it and not be affected by a model. Possibly that's why he's put it there as a test, the true debunker, whether you can cut through bullshit or whether you are affected by the bullshit. That's what we're going to be focusing on, cutting through that bullshit. And there's a fair bit of it out there. Flat Earth, globe Earth. There's only reality. So, I mean, it depends what you imagine your reality is being. Don't let your model fit your reality. Or don't let your model affect your reality. And don't be too obsessed. Don't be too upset about people as well if they've got a different model than you have. Okay, thank you very much for joining. Anybody got any? Nobody in. Bust a song. You don't want a triangle, do you? Do you want to? There we go. There's only one way we can finish it like this. See you over the weekend. Come on into Discord. Click the link. Get in here. See you sometime soon.
I'm fucking pissed. I mean, there isn't a fucking scale on this goddamn planet that can measure how fucking pissed I am right the fuck now. Hey, so yeah. I can't get any of these cowardly fucks to debate me unless someone can give me a good fucking reason to keep doing this. I'm fucking giving it up. I got better things to do with my time. Nobody ever cites my work. My Angles to Polaris video. Nobody ever cites that. It's not the best one in the world, but you know, it's fucking something, you know, with a physical model. And it gets a lot of compliments. So I know it's not complete shit. Nobody ever plays my videos on their live streams or even little bits of it. When was the last time anybody shared any of my videos? You know, my most popular video is the Angles to Polaris video. And it has less than 1,000 fucking views and it's 2 years old. And I've got a shit community. I've got a shit community fucking not doing anything to fucking keep me doing it. Like I said, unless someone can give me a good fucking reason why I should keep streaming, you know, I'm done. So, thanks for the fish. I'm so pissed off right now. I've got a shit community. Made me look like a fucking asshole. Motherfucker! Fucking asshole! Motherfucker! I'm so pissed off right now.
Your world is full of illusions, contradiction between fact and fiction.
Fucking talking shit!
You never back your claims.
Like a little cowardly bitch. Fucking talking shit!
Driving the wrong way down a one-way street.
Motherfucker!
Unstoppable force on immovable feet.
You don't know how fucking pissed I am!
Straight lines converge in the distance.
Fucking asshole!
Why do I get so much resistance? I know.
Fucking talking
you
shit!
Never prove me wrong.
Right the fuck now! God damn it, fucker!
Now we get our physics deniers, pathologic compulsive lies. I know you never prove me wrong.
You don't know how fucking pissed I am.
Driving the wrong way down a one-way street.
I get fucking emasculated by Jose J.G. Gonzalez.
It's where knowledge and ignorance meet.
Fucking asshole. Motherfucker.
Paradoxes and confusion. Your mind is in delusion.
Fucking talking shit.
We all know you're insane.
God damn it. I can't get one of these pussies after fucking talking shit to this motherfucker. I fucking still like him, but he fucking pissed me off. Motherfucker! God damn, he owes me a fucking apology.
Talk about your 2D surface. We all know you ain't got no purpose in life. When you think that you live on board.
I get fucking emasculated.
Driving the wrong way down a one-way street.
I get fucking emasculated by Jose J.G. Gonzalez.
It's where knowledge and ignorance meet.
Fucking talking shit. Motherfucker!
Paradoxes and confusion. Your mind is in delusion.
Fucking talking shit.
We all know you're insane. We all know you're insane.
I get fucking emasculated by Jose J.G. Gonzalez. And I'm pretty fucking pissed off. That's all I've got to say about it. Motherfucker! Made me look like a fucking asshole.